Will this allow me to stream again within a reasonable amount of time? It looks like I'm live. Let's go ahead and share. I don't know what just happened. Is this going to work? You know what? Let's click on the link. Is it going to an active? It is going to an active stream. So the stream is active and live. That was weird. I don't know what just happened. So I updated OBS just before the stream, and it seems that they fucked it. That is a weird one. I was not expecting anything like that. Alright, well, live again. I don't know what happened. But, I mean, we're live. Welcome, Skibidoo. Welcome, Jan Skitterskeep. So, yeah, we're going to continue on from what we were talking about. What I'll basically do is just go over the last thing I said, which I don't know how much sent or not, but OBS crapped itself. Your turbos are set up wrong. On two different points, you have exhaust going to intake, and then you've got intake going... Oh, sorry, exhaust going to intake. It's... this. I mean, I know that you said that this is not actually real, it's vestigial, but that's wrong. The East German computer is better than Phil computer. I think it's OBS new update that just happened. I've never had that issue before. I'd never seen it before. I don't even know what that issue was. It just said that there was an encoding error. So, yeah. OBS issues. The engine is also canted that way. That's weird. Keep that in mind for next time. Yeah. Why is the engine canted this way? That is very strange. We have overhead valves, 2 valve per cylinder, very normal sort of looking. Then multi-point injection and a performance, I think, manifold. It doesn't look like a compact one, though I could be wrong. They've also filled out the engine bay quite a lot, and there is a lot of flickering black squares here. beamng is not happy right now. Oh, also there's a spare tire in the front. That's unusual. Yes, Crystal Zeus, I don't know what happened. Also, Ware Vixen, welcome. Epically poor dude. Nah, Phil, it is the best setup. Runs on exhaust air. That would be atrocious. Def to me seems the 205 GTA tire... welcome, Vens. We sag, braggin, fur. What? Anyway, if anybody doesn't know, Vens is another YouTuber as well in this space. Oh, well, spare tires right next to the... Yeah, no, that's the intercooler, but I do understand what you mean. I wouldn't have thought in the 80s you would still have the spare tire in the front. So the reason why the spare tire being in the front of the vehicle started to go away after a while is usually the fuel tank would go really far back, and then they started to realize that that was a massive safety issue. Massively highlighted with the Ford Pinto. You know, the car that you would get rear-ended in and then it would explode. So they started to move the fuel tank to the middle of the vehicle, or at least in front of the rear axle, or around the rear axle. And the tire could make it into the back again. Oh, fitting into the back boot area. Gave up on Blender for the time being. I burnt myself out for over a month. I still love Blender. I just don't use it enough as what I wish I did. Is that spare in front of the radio? No, it's in front of the intercooler, which is an automation thing, not a what they've tried to do thing. It's primarily inspired by the Citroen ZX D Volcane. It's a 120 horsepower diesel. Oh, interesting. Anyway, we have what looks to be no rear drive, so it is just two-wheel drive, and then we have double wishbone suspension in the back. See, this is usually where a tire will go in nowadays. You're way too ADHD for Blender. I find Blender being calming for my ADHD. Same engine family in my D-series pickup. B-series pickup. If you say so. I don't know much about your thing. Then in the rear, we have drum brakes. Okay, very interesting setup. Is that the fuel tank? I think that's meant to be the fuel tank as well. So a lot of detail is here. Looking at the back with all of these black flashy squares, lots of details in here. I don't know about this like hard lip. Looks a little bit peculiar, but it's not really strange. The idea of Blender and JBeam editing still scares you. It's one of those things, once you start chucking yourself into it, if you enjoy it, you'll find it easy. If you don't enjoy it, it'll, not be great. I prefer working in JBeam and Blender than I do driving cars in beamng, I reckon. Because I love making things. And then beamng, I just drive it around for a little bit and I'm like, yeah, cool, done. We are complaining about software. Don't even get me started on the learning curve of Fusion 360. Never used it. Upside down Citroen logo? Yeah. Octane. Hey Phil, wondering what those black squares things. It's a beamng glitch at the moment with automation cars. I haven't seen it on anything else because I've not really done a whole lot else. But yeah, it's doing this weird black square glitching thing. I don't know. It's pretty unavoidable right now. Then also I'm going to say that, oh god, I'm not a big fan of the red color insert. It just doesn't feel like it fits. Could just be me, but I don't think it fits. Though I am liking a lot of the other things here, like the number plates look pretty good. Bumper looks pretty good. The nice trim line going the entire way. You've done another trick here that I've learned recently as well, which is to put that little bit of a thing there. I get the feeling this wouldn't work particularly well, having the lock right where your fingers are meant to be, but I don't know. I could be wrong. Broke my house the first time I tried using free... Okay then. Lancia Delta vibes? Not in my opinion. I saw it in the scintilla in Carmighty's video. The black squares are everywhere, and the red trim is inspired by a Citroen BX red trim. Okay then. So if it's also on Carmighty's video, then yeah. I don't know. beamng issues. Maybe the red insert doesn't fit because it's not the same red as the taillights? No, I mean... it looks like painted plastic, which is a common sort of thing. Usually, the gap in between is either a plastic like the taillights, which I would say then would be only close, but not exactly 100%, or just make it a black plastic, which is a very normal sort of one in between. But if that's what it is, then yeah. Making it match the lights, I probably would have looked better, but they're going for a realistic thing, so I can forgive them for that one. Like, forgive them? I don't know if that's really the right word, but anyway. A little spoiler on the back. Not sure if that's period accurate. Are we just inspecting the cars or driving them as well? Crystal Zeus, we go over an inspection, an in-detailed sort of look at all of the cars, which takes a couple of hours, and then we go over and actually properly drive them. So that's generally how we do it. I don't know if this dashboard is really accurate to this time period. What did you say? It was a Citroen BX Red Trailblazer. Oh, actually, it is taillight plastic, so it's not meant to be flat red, I don't think. Also, these look vastly different, and the wing, the spoiler is much lower, like what you'd expect. Citroen BX interior. Yeah, as I thought, it's a lot more techno style. Very 80s, 70s sort of thing. Not smooth 90s or newer. Yeah, way too flowing. Citroen ZX. There is... No, I thought there was a black insert. No, it's just cut away. Either way, oh, okay, yeah, being 90s, there is that. Let's go interior. Yeah, still, it's 90s, but it's... Yeah, you know what, actually, there is a dash that looks a lot like this dash. You could have just used that one. I mean, it's a mod, but it would look a lot more accurate than this one. So close, but no cigar. Phil, have you seen the Citroen Visa? No, I haven't. Seats look pretty good. I feel that the mesh is probably a little too far forward. Probably should sit in the middle, maybe. I don't know. Your rear seats are way too cramped. I know that you're trying to get around the wheel wells, but that is... Nah, that's way too cramped. You are struggling to fit children in here. You've even bothered to put in seatbelts. Nice. Cool touches and cool details. Yeah, a lot to like here. Not 100% accurate in my opinion, but it is actually really good looking. I do like the most of this vehicle. I do like most of this vehicle. I like also that you've done something which I do sometimes, is put this little bit of a mesh along here. But what have you done? Is that one fixture? Where do you get this rounded fixture from? Weird. I'll have to look into that. Hopefully the stream will kick back up before it ends the stream. Here's hoping. Good. Okay, looks like the stream continued. I have to revert OBS to its previous version. This is way too unstable. It had the encoding error again. I've never seen this error before. Fuck. I do like the new features that we're seeing in OBS recently. Like, it's a better implementation with Stream Deck. It's not 100%, but it's doing a lot better. It's really frustrating. Watching two streams at the same time? Okay, hopefully that's not you saying that there's something wrong with my stream, but yeah. As I was saying, rear seats, way too small. You're not fitting most people in here. That is... So... Squish them up so then they can fit around the wheel wells a little bit more, considering that your tires will also be incredibly narrow. Maybe it could be a little bit narrower than that. Like, this wheel well comes out way too much. So, what you would do is have, like, the smallest of wheel wells. Maybe go to a torsion beam, who knows, so then you can fit more room in here. To squish the seat up a little bit and then fit it in between the seats a little bit more. Maybe just move the seat back and then have little bolsters on the seats there to cover up the wheel sort of area. Whatever you do, you have to have more room than that if you want to be very accurate. I don't mind it. I'm not going to poo. I'm live again. It's not OBS. Oh, sorry, it's not my internet. It's OBS. OBS is glitching out. There was an update just before the stream started. Hopefully that will fix the issue now. Never mind. The other stream ain't interesting. Alright. Now we're going on to this small city orange-yellow hatchback family car. Very much designed for being a people mover. One might even call it a van. I'm not a big fan of the Alpha grille design. I think only Alpha has ever been able to pull it off, and not always. Here it doesn't feel like it's pulled off. And I think it's made a little bit worse by the fact that it goes grille flat, vent flat. This vent here doesn't really help. I think going with something that flows a little bit more body shape wise. You really hate this? I mean, I don't hate it that much. It doesn't look 100% if I'm going to be honest. Looks quite practical with all that frunk space. Yeah. I'm guessing it's an EV. How's that a people mover? It moves people. How honestly. Amateur hour here. I'd say it's more like a Lexus than an Alpha. Maybe, but it's like an inverse alpha grill. Over here, we have a alpha grill as well. We'll get to that one later, though. Looks very rich people toy. Like, what, like a bus? Anyway, aside from that, most of the rest of here is okay. This doesn't match any leading lines, which just kind of makes it stick out a little bit weird. And this front lip area, not a good color of carbon fiber, which is something that you'll have to tweak if you wanted to export it correctly. And then the chrome trimming on it also doesn't look particularly great either. I think maybe making it a different color entirely would have made that look a little bit better. Maybe match some of the other colors a little bit more. Yeah. Moving on, the wheels look pretty funky. Cool. I've not been able to pull those wheels off myself, but apparently they have. 6-piston brakes vented. They don't look carbon ceramic though, so that's interesting. Then we have double wishbone, and an EcoBox 3, 6, 7, 8 V16. Good for that fuel mileage. Gonna be able to get the kids to school quite easily. Strapped onto the back. Phil, do you do this as a hobby or as a profession? Bit of column A, bit of column B? I am going to be telling Centrelink, which is the Australian welfare system, about this month because I am earning way too much to call it a hobby anymore. Ulrich, what do you mean it's a people car? It's cheap. What? I mean, I thought it was an EV. Maybe this is like one of those fake engines that is actually a battery bank. Who knows? But looking at it from the outside, we have twin plenum, not individual throttle bodies, so trying to go for that eco low price sort of setup. Only 4 valves instead of 5, so keeping those prices down. And cheap, thin, light metal that doesn't take a whole lot of weight up. And then turbos, you know, like your Ford Fiestas and little Peugeots and Citroens. Just, you know, economy turbos. It's a fake engine? Okay. Well, my bad. We do have all-wheel drive by the looks of it. Twin battery ventilation all the way to the back. And then for the 2-piston vented. Oh dear. Alright. This is probably going to have a brake imbalance. We will see, but I get the feeling that this thing is probably going to understeer horrifically under braking. We'll have to find out, however. Then push-rod suspension in the rear. And we have, I believe that's a sports compound, not a semi-slick. So, alright. Trying to be more efficient than going with the really frivolous sort of semi-slicks. Really looking out for the family man there. A V16 engine, wow, the gas mileage would be good. What do you think of 40 to 50 miles per gallon without the 0 at the end? Something like that. It's not a V16? Oh, okay then. What this? This vehicle. Welcome SBR SDX. I am doing well. Except for the fact that OBS keeps crashing on me for no goddamn reason. I also think I know how they did the windshield. I know this fixture. I'm pretty sure what has happened here, though I could be wrong, is they've turned the windshield off entirely because you can paint windows invisible. And then they've put in a vent here, which is like a circle fixture, basically. And then they've put the windshield back in there. Or what they've used is what would normally be there, which is a vent mesh sort of material, and change that into glass. Nice. Saving money by not putting a roof on. Very much thinking of the family there again. Very family-orientated MPV, this is. Hellcat rear taillights. Yeah, you know what? They do look very gaudy. This looks like a Pimp My Ride sort of thing, if I'm going to be honest. You know, like that one minivan that Tavares and Hoover have both had. The grey car Acoste looks like a Fiesta. It does. We'll get into that, though, when we get around to it. iPad for the kids? Yeah. You got to keep the kids entertained whilst you take them to school. I don't know what that material is meant to be. I've not seen these seats before as well. Those look interesting. I'll have to check out to see where they came from. Jesco-ish spoiler. Yeah, sure, I see that. Hey Phil, I've taken the record for the fastest laps. I'll post them in it. What? Don't know what you're talking about. NOS button? No. Clearly that's switch to EV. So then you can like save more fuel. Mirrors, cameras, and you see said mirrors not here. So what you should have probably is a little bit of a screen here and a little bit of a screen here, etc., etc. Also, we are going to have to just keep restarting the stream. Oh my god, what is going on? Welcome, Dipley, to the stream. How's it going? I know, OBS is really struggling right now. I wish there was a way which I could just quickly go and revert it, but I'd have to go find where to download it and all that sort of stuff, and I just can't be bothered doing that in the middle of when I'm meant to be streaming. I knew I shouldn't have updated the OBS right before I stream. God, that's annoying. Then we got this car. There's some stuff to like here, but a lot not to like. So, for instance, I don't know about this dildo or marital aid looking headlight section there. Doesn't really look right, in my opinion. I see that you've tried to add some sort of shape or interestingness with this. Unfortunately, it just looks really weird. Not a fan. This, even though it looks not great, check out my mod on the reworked version of this vent if you want. We'll make it look a lot better. Hood vent, make it a lot shallower, almost as if it's not deep at all. Knacker ducts, they're fine. Also, look at the lipless versions of the knacker ducts. That will do you really good. This, facing the wrong way, doesn't look right at all. Beginner car, I'm guessing it's fairly beginner. I'm not entirely sure. Dumper, don't make me time you out. In here, we have semi-slick tires. Okay, so this one is clearly less of a family-orientated car compared to this one, because this one has semi-slicks, and that one has like long life-lasting sports tires. Do I like Vegemite? Actually, you know what? I've grown to like it recently. I used to hate it, but my taste buds have changed. I have carbon ceramic, 6-piston brakes. Yeah, not targeted toward the family. This is not a family car. Also, yeah, I believe this is meant to be a V8 Supercar entrance into my V8 Supercar series. Sorry, Supercar. Somewhat, I only have 30 hours. Oh, is this your car, Crystal Zeus? Okay. We have the spaghetti exhaust, 5-valve per cylinder, 90-degree V8. Individual throttle bodies. Very much, this is meant to be, I believe, just a V8 Supercar. So, there's not a whole lot here apart from me. I'll just be test driving it. Pushrod suspension in the rear? That doesn't seem right, but to each their own, I suppose. And 4-piston in the back. So, this is to my regs by the looks of it, which is pretty good. The back end. These strakes come out way too far. V8 Supercars never had strakes like that. Also, you have a version of this which comes in versions that does not have the exhaust bits here. But you chose that one and then still put the exhaust there. Weird. Also, if you're going with a V8 Supercar, you can go for like a side exit exhaust. That is very common. I think I've seen this car in Build and Race. Yeah, I believe so. We didn't actually get to see this one race, I don't think. OBS is a dumpster fire? Yeah, a little bit. Snack Destroyer. Welcome to Snack Destroyer. Hopefully you're not saying that it's crashed again. It's inspired off the Quadrifoglio? Yeah, I hate the Quadrifoglio. I know it's also not pronounced like that, but that's what I'm going with. What version of automation do I use? I use the open alpha version. You go into automation, right-click it, go properties, go to betas, and then go to the opt-in alpha. Very much suggested you go onto that. Double-decker wing. It is weird. Not what I would have gone with, to be honest. I found if you take that diffuser and make it the body part invisible and flip it and make it 3D, you get a decent diffuser piece. Are you talking about the, just turn everything invisible except for the strakes? Turn the strakes upside down? That could actually work, yeah, I agree with that. I might try that out at some point. Because, yeah, the strakes as they are, straight out of automation, garbage. I hate them. I don't think I have ever seen a road car with strakes anything like that. Welcome, Max Buzz. How's it going? Feel like that sharp destroyer, we would not be... It really depends. See, what we've actually got here is it on the rear, not on the front, so it's a little bit different. It may be legal, but I feel that a lot of countries would just say no. Welcome, EU Creamy YouTube. How's it going? Great for shin capping pedestrians. A little bit, yeah, if you're going to back into them. But then again, you're also going to be going pretty slow. There's also vortex generators on the roof. I did notice that, and the vortex generators will help get the air down to the rear wing. And this is actually a trick that I've done before as well. You can actually paint these little antenna bits invisible, and that way it'll actually look like proper vortex generators. But yeah, this is something I've done in the past, and I reckon it just looks good when you do it. So nice little attention to detail I've done there. I still can't abide by that, at least. That is just really ugly. Don't reverse park with that? Well, here's the problem. If you don't reverse park into a car park, you're going to have to reverse out of the park, which is going to be the more dangerous part, because you'll start moving suddenly to people that aren't paying attention. But, yeah. Problem. I mean, as a race car, sure, you can have it. It still, I don't think, in my opinion, looks good. I don't think it looks good. Then moving on, because there's no interior, right? Yeah. Moving on. Looks like cross between a Lancia, a Ferrari, and some sort of like weird Homer Simpson mobile or whatever it was that he called his vehicle. It's meant to keep airflow clean, which is what F1 does nowadays. They've used it for a while. But strakes on a road car, not very common. You don't really need it. It is also something which is usually regulated, and a lot of race series is, not all, but a lot don't allow strakes at all, along with rear diffusers as well, but that's also a different thing as well. Ford Italian car? Maybe. You like this rally thing? I like rally, but this looks... The word I'm going to use? Tacky. I'm sorry. Not great. If you wanted to go with the external light sort of thing, there is actually a default light fixture that has like the bulb back end, sort of like it rounds around. You could probably use that instead of this. Ford RS200? Maybe. Lancia 037 Porsche 944? Not a 944, but a little bit of 037 Cross Stratos. Lancia and Lotus had a baby. I don't think you guys understand that those cars were not this ugly, in my opinion. Not a whole lot of ventilation in here. If this is meant to be an older car, which it looks like it's meant to be an older car, you're going to need a lot of cooling, because cooling was not optimized at this point. So you got a little bit of vent scoop there, a little bit of venting there, but not really much overall. You got a weird cutout. Is that a glitch? I think that's a glitch. Is that on this side? Yeah, okay. So we got cutout glitches. The way of doing this is, one, you can just try re-exporting the car. Sometimes that doesn't work for people, and sometimes people do it multiple times and that just works for them. They just sit there and click it a few more times. The other thing you can do is grab some sort of fixture that cuts away at the body, and then just rub it over that area and then export, and that pretty much will always guarantee to do it. Though sometimes it may show up somewhere else. Does it have 4 antennas? Yes, it does. Not a. I would have said that it looks more like a Stratos, but it's got not such the taper off that you get in the Stratos. So that's why I said a little bit of 37, but not really. Though the O37 is also one of those ugly rally cars. Ferrari 288, if designed by first graders, a little bit, yeah, a little bit. The Homomobile, as I said. Why is there studs on the door, then on the bodywork, and on the bodywork again? Confusing, but okay. Weird vents in. Then we have lovely Ferrari-esque center lug wheels, so this is meant to be a race car. 2-piston vented disc brakes on double wishbone. No engine in the front, no drive to the front, so that'll be interesting. Is that a that is a handbrake. Going the wrong way. But I suppose this is an older car, so you can have the handbrake like that. Also, this is meant to be an older car. Then you wouldn't have a sequential shifter like this. It really depends, but probably not for a race car. Going to the inside, we have a V8. So this thing is probably going to oversteer way too much. We have 4 valves per cylinder. 2 4-barrel carbs. And the air comes from an intercooler? Ah, single-side turbo. And that turbo is a huge honker. Oh my god, and all the Z fighting in here as well is also like, I hate it. Interesting engine. That is an expensive engine by the looks of it. Looks like first graders got their hands on glue cardboard and a bootleg diecast of an old Ferrari. A little bit, yeah. Welcome, Chris Games. Homer does have the mindset of a first grader, so it checks out. Yeah, a little bit. The wheels give me F40. Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of Ferraris that had these sorts of wheels. Ferraris weren't also the only ones that have it, I believe. What is this meant to be based? I don't think that they're meant to be basing it off of anything. I think they just wanted to make their own thing, which is entirely fine. Well, the engine is like a Group B engine I made for mine. Yeah, except I believe the 288 is a transversely mounted engine. It's an EV? Oh, my bad. Coming down to the back, we only have the one exhaust, 2 mufflers in here, so this is meant to be a, what, a road version? Weird. Why is... Oh, okay, no, that's just a thing, don't worry about that. Then at the back... I just don't understand what it is that they're trying to accomplish here. We'll have a look at their description, but there's a lot of weirdness going on here. If this is meant to be a Dakar sort of car, you'd have like spare tires maybe hanging out through the rear glass. Since the engine is quite low, you could have easily taken out the rear glass and put in tires in there as well. You could have also plopped in a tire and hidden it in there, see if I would have noticed. Also, your rear tires are really thick. Very, very thick. And you've also got trim... like that is from this. You've just made it a little too wide. Cod tips on the side is an odd choice. Oh, you're right, it is off to one side. That is very peculiar. You know what it is? It's AI generating a car, when the AI has only looked at Homer Simpson's car. Very peculiar looking vehicle. Hopefully it drives better than it looks. We've got a little bit of a ventilation on the side there. That's not usually how the vents are on these sorts of windows. You can also make it like incredibly flat if you want. Coming to the inside, we got the steel bucket seats, which is very much only for drag cars and not for for longer race series, because these become incredibly uncomfortable. Oh my god, they are so bad. I've sat in one. I went to a race store not too long ago, and I sat in one. Sat there, and within a couple of seconds, I was like, this is really uncomfortable. Like, it was immediately like, oh, no. You like the quad tips on one side? Okay, Dan Koopmans, they're each their own, I suppose. Then we have pedals, but the pedals are the wrong way around. Some doohickeys there. And then a fire extinguisher is too far out of reach. Really, the fire extinguisher should be around here, around the footwell sort of area. So then, not only can the passenger reach it, co-driver in this situation. Or so a driver can. You might even put the fire extinguisher there, maybe? Who knows? Wouldn't... I don't think in the 80s, I'm assuming this is, maybe 70s, you wouldn't have had a hydraulic handbrake, I don't think? Maybe? I don't know. But a sequential, definitely not. This thing would have just been a manual. Doesn't seem to have any gauges either. Fair enough. I can't expect them to do everything on interiors. Interiors are hard. If you want my feedback, less. A lot less. Maybe look at reference images and think about engine cooling a lot more than what you have. Because this engine, especially being a big turbo engine, is overheating horribly. Dipley, you're doing what now? Rally car with steel seats rip your spine. A little bit. Also rip your, like, coccyx, everything. Just all of those vibrations, especially in a rally car, that's going to be painful. Not really how I would have done the lights, but, you know, they don't look too bad. Interesting. How'd they get the cutaway there? Is that a fixture or is that a default thing? Oh, that's the default thing. Okay. Interesting. They got a lot of stuff on here. And then a front lip there as well. Okay. Is that... Oh, that's the suspension poking through. Okay. Oh, it's not a car that'll fit into any race categories. That's unfortunate. Would have been cool, though. We have semi-slicks. And then... one-piston carbon ceramic brakes. It is all-wheel drive, so, as I said, not really fitting into any race categories that anybody knows of, probably. Because I doubt this is a rally car. Coming down to the back... Alright. We have a flat 4. Cover it up. Maybe drop it down visually at least, which is something you can do in advanced fixture presets. Big ass turbos, not a big ass looking engine, so that's gonna be a tricky one. Yeah. Not too bad though. Could have been worse. Is this meant to be the exhaust? I doubt the exhaust reaches that way. No, it doesn't. So the exhaust probably bugged out. Yes, it has. I wonder if they've actually put the exhaust in the right place. And then something weird has happened here. Strange. Weird LMP? This is not an LMP car. It's all-wheel drive. Also, it does have a rear wing. And I like the fact that they didn't just put on like a giant rear wing and actually looked at reference images here for at the very least. Which shows that the LMP cars and whatnot all have like surprisingly very minuscule wings. I don't know why, that's just what they have. Philips and EV motors, oh okay, again. Philips not a race car, it's definitely a grocery getter. Yeah, I mean it's not going to fit any race categories, probably due to the fact that they went with all-wheel drive. Doesn't LMP have electric front engine? You know what, actually, I don't know about LMP, but I know LMH has it. But I doubt that's what they've done here. Porsche Evo sort of thing? Maybe. I don't think the Evo Porsche was all-wheel drive, though. What's that, the 918? I think? Or 819? I can't remember, whatever it is. I think the wheel flares housings are huge and a bit blocky. No, that's actually genuinely how a lot of LMP wheel haunches look. And some LMH as well. LMH is all-wheel drive, Phil? No. It is rear-wheel drive with electric front drive. I wouldn't really consider that the same as this sort of all-wheel drive. You know what, actually, I just wouldn't at all. Pikes Peak race car? I mean, maybe, yeah. That works. LMP heavily regulated rear aerodynamic devices? Yeah. That's why Nissan tried to create front-wheel drive LMP car. They failed spectacularly. Yeah. I mean, not spectacularly. They kind of died more with a whimper than a cry or whatever that saying is. How's the stream? It's been steady now for a little while at least. How long has this one been going for? 19 minutes and it hasn't crashed yet. Here's hoping. It's all-wheel drive so I can get better through rough terrain. Ah, yes. And that's why they have semi-slick, so then they can get more traction onto that dirt. Looking at the interior, I feel there's meant to be a steering wheel there, and maybe it's meant to be animated, because I see that they've also got this on here. So when we bring it, we'll try refreshing and see if the steering wheel will show up. beamng has been doing a weird thing over the last couple of months, where for some reason, the steering wheels I add to cars disappear. And I don't know why. There is no reason why they should disappear, but they do. Nissan did fail spectacularly. They were slower in quali than a few... Yeah, I know, but it wasn't really spectacular because that was their first year. I mean, most cars fail on their first year. Very rarely do they actually succeed. When Ford first went to Le Mans, they lost all of their cars. All of them broke down. The Mazda did particularly poorly. The 787B, the one that first came out, or whatever that was. Thumper, please keep your chat to maybe relevant stuff. Otherwise, you're just pumping the chat full of nothing. It's technically a family crossover when you squint your eyes. Okay, yeah, I could see that. Anyway, interesting vehicle. You've done something weird with the mirrors. If you're going this far with this vehicle, what you may as well do is just make the mirrors three-dimensional and then rotate them to face the right way. Also, I don't feel that that's a very effective mirror placement. You know what, actually? No, that is alright. Also, your wheel hunches are way too tall compared to the driving area. So if you're in the driving position, you can't see apexes here, can you? So, I think that's a limitation of the body, maybe? Maybe lower the wheel hunches down? I don't actually know how much body modification is in here, because I haven't actually used it that much. Mechanical failures is one thing. I don't recall other teams struggling to keep up with vehicles in lower classes. It depends. I wouldn't call it spectacular though, because it was their first year. Anyway. There's also like no side window as well, which is a choice. Your dash is like way too far forward. Your dash should probably be in line with this, and then your seat can fit much further back, which then means you can have this. You've got like a really long tail fin in here. Usually the tail fin will start at the peak of the car and stay at the same height all the way down to the back, not start midway down. And because you've started midway down, you could have also made this a lot shorter, so then it wouldn't have butted into where the driver's head is. I'd go into how front wings are usually done on these sorts of vehicles, but I don't know if this body is conducive to it. Scintilla Dash? Yeah, I mean, I made a tutorial on that one. You can go check it out if you want. Very easy to do. Haven't seen Nexus and Ringu? Actually, they haven't been showing up as much recently. Ringu shows up a hell of a lot more than Nexus, though. On the side, absolutely nothing here. No ventilation, no nothing. Very basic, very boring. Let's move on, however. Then we have this thing. By Ekai Min, a last-minute submission because we didn't have enough. Which is why we're going to be, probably not doing any more, reviews going into the future. They're probably going to say don't bother commenting on its styling, but I'll do a little bit. There should probably be a little bits of vents down here for whatever reason. It's just what they would do. No badges. I feel some, like, hood decals. Oh, sorry, not decals. Any sort of, like, hood stuff might work here as well. Loud fridge inside of the car is a device when you want to get a haircut on your... What? Where is... Okay. It's not a bad car. I think you just have high expectations. Oh, yeah, no, I know. I do. I'm not telling you that you've made bad cars. What I'm hopefully doing is giving you ways to think about making cars... taking them to the next level when you make them. If you look at it and you go, I don't know why I'm not satisfied with that, That's what I'm trying to help with here. You're excited for this car? Alright. Aside from that, very narrow tires, cross plies, and I think that's meant to be a sports compound. Depending what year it is, whether it'll be actually having that or not. Most automation cars have similar standards to this. This? Yeah, I mean, I would agree with that. But I wish it had interior for a see-through window. Yeah. No more viewer cars? Yeah, this will probably be the last one for a while. Moving to the inside here, we have 2-piston solid disc brakes. So hopefully they don't cook. I'm hoping this is... No, it's not a rally car. It has sports tires. No engine in the front. Oh! That is a massive waste of space. What the hell? I am quite happy with mine, but it's hard to get perfect shapes without using mods in my case. Use mods then. I wasn't expecting this to be a mid or rear engine car. Okay. I like this hatchback cars from the... Anyway. After the official contest? What? Anywho, no front drive coming down to the back. It is rear engine drive. Okay. This thing is probably going to oversteer quite a bit. Then we have drum brakes. Drum brakes are prone to lockups in beamng from automation. This is yeah, going to be a real problem because we have a rear engine. And it doesn't look like a light rear engine either. It looks fairly hefty. We have a flat 6 4-valve per cylinder engine. Here's hoping this thing actually drives properly. We have also 2 quad jet carbs. What are they? 4-barrel carbs. That's the one. Yeah, this is 8 into 6. That just hurts my brain. I'm not gonna lie. Then we have double wishbone. Yeah. All right. This thing is probably gonna handle like garbage. But then again, it's Ekai. So Ekai Min is particularly well known for creating decently handling cars. Ones that I usually can't drive because all-wheel drive and are not particularly great. They also are pretty good at modding as well, so they may have done some modding. Phil, do I have a wheel? Yes, I do. Hold on, can we see it behind me? Yeah, right there. But I don't use it because it's a pain in the butt to set up. Then also I have to like interrupt the stream to get into it and whatnot. I just like to use a controller. I find that I am faster with the wheel, but it's easier to control cars with a controller, kind of. Depending on how well a car is made. What are you responding to, Dipley? I'm not sure. Oh, automation is running it. Yeah, I know they're running one. It's been running for quite a while. They've talked to me about it as well. I wasn't ever going to be a judge, though. Which is weird, considering I'm the one who does all the judging of cars, and I'm very articulate with my arguments. They decided to not approach me about it. A little bit hurt, but you know what? They do what they do. They got shiny on. I think that's pretty cool. Spare tires in the front? Maybe. That's what made me think that maybe it was a rally car. Then I remember that this thing has sports tires. Feel as if Tesla cars should use the wheel since you get more feedback? Too much effort. Feel this hatchback is from Croatia. You're not Ekai, so I don't think you really know that. Anyway, does this have... No, it doesn't have an interior. I suppose, fair enough, it's Ekai Man. It's just missing a lot of dimensionality on the front. Also, the fact that it's got, like... So here's the problem with having a rear engine in a car like this. Is the cockpit is very far back, and I don't know about now, but previously, they would put the weights around cockpits to be heavier from automation, which means having a rearward cockpit would move the weight to the rear. Then having a rear engine would make the weight go even more to the rear in a very extreme way. So here's hoping that this car handles nicely. I also did notice something else. The front tire is not incredibly skinny. It's just kind of normal for a cross-buy. Then there's this. That is not skinny. Sorry, not wide. So, I don't know how or what this car is meant to be like. I'm guessing if this was a normal person, it would be atrocious. Welcome, Jumbo Jacob, back to the streams, right? Been a while. I've been alright. Now we got probably one of the more detailed cars here. This one looks like it's meant to be a rally car, because it's got the spare tire, but it's on the roof. Lots of cool details. The extra lights as well also reminds me of a rally car-esque sort of stuff. You've got like a cutout here, which looks to be for a number plate, but yet you've got the number plate coming out directly underneath the bumper. It's a weird choice. Being a drift car? Okay. Euthanasia device? What? Welcome, Jonas Zahid. How's it going? This is from South Africa? Okay. It looks fairly good. They've got like a nice trim that runs down the side, and then they've got an extra trim for whatever reason, but okay. There's nothing against having more than one trim. Moving in, we have 4 lug wheels, so this is probably not a particularly heavy or powerful vehicle. Solid 2-piston brakes. So, that's a bit of an oxymoron, but okay, alright. They're trying to stay cheap, but then they go a 2-piston. Odd. An off-road tire as well, so yeah, very much a rally vehicle. Double wishbone, and then the engine itself is a naturally aspirated 2-valve cylinder overhead camshaft with a... that's mechanical fuel injection. Very much a race car sort of thing. That's looking like it might be a decent engine. It also doesn't look particularly small. I'm going to guess this thing is probably at least 2 liters, but being at this sort of time period, you could have easily gotten away with up to 2.5 liters. Junkyard truck starter car. I don't know about that. Looks like a factory rally special. I would say that this looks like an aftermarket rally special. But then again, it could be the homologation. So you're right, maybe. It's like an Overlander? I don't know what that is. Yeah, I'm on 6K subs now. Very happy about that. We have front drive, and we don't have rear drive. We also have a ladder chassis, which makes me question those front 2-piston brakes even more. Then we have torsion beam, as opposed to something like a semi-trailing arm. That's peculiar. Then drum rear brakes. Okay. Interesting. Going to the very back. The back looks pretty good as well. It's a little bit weird. I feel as if these taillights don't really match the slight softness that we have in the rest of the body. But it doesn't look so bad. Yeah, 6.2, okay. It's slowing down a lot now because it's been a while since I've done another engine sim video. I do have one waiting in the wings, and that will be coming out hopefully this week. We'll see. If not, then next week. Why is the firewall here so far back? Peculiar. Also, your floor is incredibly high. Look at this hollow here. That is weird. And is that meant that your seats are... No, it doesn't. Alright. You've done some weird things, my friend. I don't know what or why you've done that. Also, what? Reynolds Dread. Alright. The i7 engine sim video brought me to your channel. Snack Destroyer. Cool. I mean, it is a pretty fun one. There was 2 with that engine in it, though. And there will be 3. Taillights look too modern? Yeah. I felt that they looked a little bit more like late 70s, but definitely at least into the 80s, the earlier part, mid part of the 80s. The rest of this car looks very... early 70s, maybe? You saw them both. Good. Why is there a gasoline jerry can in the back? Yeah, you're not usually going to have a jerry can or any sort of fuel stored inside of the cabin. That is a safety hazard. Though, if this is early 70s vehicle, this is pre-safety stuff, so Maybe they just put the jerry can there, who knows. Ah, the Supercars brought you here. Awesome. Your internet is lagging out? Yeah, I think OBS is stable at the moment, so hopefully that does alright. Window sticker, nice attention to detail. Yeah, I think that's pretty cool. You very rarely see that stuff. I like it. Looking at the interior as well. There's maybe pre-headrest sort of times period. I'm not sure. Depends where it's also from. Dash looks fine. Your wood in your dash is doing weird things. Oh, because you tried to couple one up. Okay, that's why that's doing weird things. Yeah, it looks good. I want the gasoline to spill on me and kill me if I crash. You don't know about race cars at this time period. I believe it wasn't until the late 70s, like 1978, until Formula One allowed you to move the fuel tank behind the driver. So then that way, if you got into an accident, the fuel wasn't around you. Because that's usually where the fuel tanks were. They were usually around you, which meant that in an accident, if they ruptured, which is how they just would rupture, the fuel would spill everywhere, and being around the driver being a problem. If you're at speed, there was no getting away from it. But being behind you, you have a little bit more of a chance. Especially if you go with a soft fuel tank that isn't rigid. Ferrari didn't use the soft fuel tank immediately, and that's when Lauda then had his accident, then burnt him. So yeah, I think the year later they went with a soft fuel tank. Or later that year, I'm not sure. I can't remember exactly. Twin Turbos brought you to my channel. Nice. We do have a video coming out soon together. Anyway, let's have a look at this fuel. Oh, sorry, this spare tire. That's meant to be a clip, okay. I don't know about the tire being clipped directly to the roof metal. That doesn't seem right. It'd probably be on top of these rails, maybe. But maybe you struggle to find the right shape, I don't know. Racing in the past was a lottery if you survive. Yeah, pretty much. It's based off of Cape Motors 1972 to... That's a long time. I very much doubt that. At least being in, like, the same trim. Looks a bit too thin. What does? The tire? No, the tire looks fine. These tires are not that thick. Oh, actually, hold on. Yeah, those tires are a little bit thick on the... I feel as if the tires wouldn't be this thick in this time period. Not too sure. 1986, this is the year somebody in Castro died in a crash. Sorry, Crest. I don't know. Sitting on top of a ruptured fuel tank that was mounted under the seats. Oh, that's a problem. Morgan's a little bit different. I will, also, I don't know if Morgan was constantly manufacturing. I think they shut down a bunch of different times. Now this car. I'm guessing you're within your first 20 hours of the game. Maybe 40. Anything more than that, maybe put a little bit more time into design. For one, it's a little bit monochromatic. Two, you've used all of the grills with like the biggest lips on them. And they're also too deep. I don't know. Just nothing here seems to look... I don't know how to say this. Wow, that's a lot of money. Thank you, I'm in the shadows. That's a lot of money. Thanks, bro. Who cares about what the mirrors are based upon? They look fine on the body. They seem to match. Only Americans will be like, oh, that's a mirror from this exact F350, not the F150, not the F250, or whatever the other ones are, but this is the F350 from 2017, March and January. Like, It almost looks the part. It doesn't quite fit, but like it's a mirror. It goes on there. Also, I don't know what oh, that would be like sub. Okay, yeah. Not much, bro. Morgan is also producing more modern-looking cars along. Yeah, cool. At first, I thought it was a Suburban. It does look a little bit like a GM sort of vehicle, I reckon. Big mirror is needed for American wives to ignore. Okay. This is from Canada from 2016 to... Okay. It looks like Ford would reuse parts. It works, though Ford would use... Yeah. You're right, they do look like towing mirrors. I don't know, it's really hard to say anything in this car because there's... Like, I feel like everything just looks a little bit wrong. I don't know how, like, okay, so for starters, different grille entirely. That grille doesn't match. Get something that matches the headlights a little bit. I don't mind you using that one here. I mean, that's usually what I do. What I would do then is maybe 3D place the number plate inside of there at least a little bit of details. Your hood looks okay. I wouldn't have used that vent, but I mean, you've got it there, I suppose. The hood bulge looks okay. That's a good use of bulge. Does it have grill mesh? I mean, I think it does. Yeah, it does. I don't know, bro. Yeah. Alright, let's move to the inside here. We have big chunky off-road tires. We have 5 lug wheels and 3 piston vented disc brakes. Probably could have gone for more than 3 pistons on such a heavy vehicle, but I suppose we'll try it out. We have front drive, double wishbone. Looks like it's all-wheel drive.
And when everyone's super, no one will be.
Is that not the right size? Hold on. I have to go back to that.
And when everyone's super, no one will be.
There we go. Weak sauce. Adding tubular headers just because you want more power, that's weak sauce. These cars didn't easily make power, and their power curves were a little bit ugly. There's a reason why LS engines basically got all their power by just increasing the volume of the engine. It's because it was cheap and easy to do. So, yeah. Tubular exhaust manifold, gonna say no on this. Would we please get a wheel out for testing? No. Lol, I was waiting for that as soon as I saw them. Yeah. Oil embargo hamburger mobile? Okay. Does the key fob have a get the manager button? I call for mutiny to get Philman to get his wheel out. I hate bringing out the wheel, but you know what? We'll put it to a vote. Do you hate me? There we go. Should I use a wheel? There's a voting poll. Somebody has pinged me. Oh, Muye. We might not show chats with Muye on stream because it's not revealed yet. Yeah, alright. We'll leave that one hidden for now because we don't know things can pop up. Good. It seems that 64% are fine with me not using a wheel. That's looking pretty good. Yes, I talked to Muye. Muye's even been in the chat a few times. We have a decent looking manifold, big ass looking throttle body. The V8 is looking fine, just your regular 2-valve sort of goodness, multi-point injection. So this is not the most modern of engines. Maybe. It's not set in stone yet. Why did 10% hate him? What, Muye? I mean, I don't know if people hate him. I think there's a lot of, like, his demographic doesn't match a lot of the other demographics in at least my space. So automation people we generally go to a slightly older audience. Not old, I mean my audience is fairly old. You guys are all old. You're all over the age of 17 or something like that. I don't think I think like my percentage of under 17 or 18 or whatever, I think it changes occasionally, is like 1 or 2% or something like that. So yeah, and where his, I'm guessing, is a lot younger. So, I'm going to call a poll there, because it's been sitting at 63%, is fine with me using controller. Alright, end that poll. How do you get that texture on your exhaust? Glitches. That's actually not meant to be like that. What's happened is the texture is taken from the weld line, bead line sort of thing, but apparently there is a way to paint manifolds now. I've not actually tested to see whether it works in beamng when you export it, but you're meant to be able to paint them now. You're a part of the 1%? What? Phil, you're a boomer, don't call us old. If Mr. Beast came to your stream. What? I think Mr. Beast sticks to Twitch specifically, because Twitch is a lot easier just to filter through and find channels very quickly. Finding channels to look at on YouTube, not good for streaming. You have to basically wait for it to be recommended. Wait, do they even have the YouTube gaming thing anymore? Let's have a quick look. No, that's not what I want. See, they used to have like a YouTube gaming section here. Let's go explore. Gaming. Okay, so it's hidden a little bit. And then... they're not streams, these are videos. There's one stream here, which is of Blender. I don't know what this is meant to be. Oh, that's a Jimmy Broadband. Okay, see, so yeah, I don't think Jimmy does YouTube, because YouTube is not very good for streaming, to be honest. But I don't like streaming on Twitch. I prefer YouTube. It's just better. Especially since you guys get to have the choice of resolution, which is something you don't really get unless you're really big over on Twitch. Literally all viewers voted on that poll? Really? Oh yeah, they did too. YouTube oppressed the gamers. I think YouTube is going to smarten up soon, because now that they're seeing that a lot of streamers want to leave Twitch because of their shittiness, which is fair enough. I mean, they just want to make more money. What do you expect from a multinational conglomerate? I think YouTube's going to smarten up and actually do a lot better with streams. YouTube is nice for small audience? Yes. YouTuber is a lot better for smaller audiences, I believe. If you're a video creator, that is. If you make videos and stream, you're going to do a lot better on YouTube to start with, compared to on Twitch, where you have to be special or lucky. It's hard to grow on Twitch, apparently, as well. It used to be easy. It used to be just stream. It's not that anymore. Anyway. We were talking about, Jimmy from Mr. Beast. So, yeah. I doubt he would be coming by. Moving down here, we do have front drive. I've already looked at that one. Coming down to the back. That's a big transmission! Oh my god. The exhaust looks tiny in comparison to the drive shaft. Oh my god. That's because automation has done a weird thing now where exhaust size doesn't really change anything. Which is a bit weird, but okay. Leaf spring suspension in the rear with what I'm guessing is a solid, I don't know what sort of thing is meant to be on there. Caliper is meant to be on there. So, weird vehicle. Then on the back, very, very basic. Honestly, make your lights out of out of patchwork. This is really the only thing I can say. Aside from that, you could try using multiple different lights, and what you'll do is you'll take it and you'll make it flatter than this. You'll 3D it, then you'll drag it out, angle it across 45 degrees or whatever degrees you feel better, but as long as it'll then paste on, and then it can go around the corner of the car a little bit better, and you'll get an actual usable thing here. Old muscle car wheels? Yeah, I mean, that happened on a lot of SUVs. Suicide doors. Very rare, usually against a lot of government regulations around the world, so usually you don't see them very often. Interior, I mean, it's complete wrong side drive like you'd expect from an American car, and then some extra rows in the rear. They've done a fairly good job of filling out the interior as well. And then a massive sunroof. Sure, that's a very modern sort of sunroof. Usually sunroofs are not nearly that big. If this was like a 2000 sort of one, what you'd be more inclined to see is lots of smaller sunroofs instead. Are streams always this late? Yes, they are. I'm thinking I might maybe do them a little bit earlier. We shall see. The under the live tab, you scroll down, can filter by gaming channels. Under the live tab? So we're in YouTube Gaming. You mean under Explore? There's nothing live in here. I just joined. Is this the thumbnail wagon? No. What car do you drive? I drive an ST150. There's no tab here. Oh, top live. Ah, here we go. Oh, okay. I was wrong. Top live games. Is beamng here? beamng.drive. 5.5 thousand viewers right now. How far down am I? Oh, it's all out of order. Are these... They're all basically the same sort of person. I wouldn't be surprised if these were all the same person just like pumping out buttloads of content. Because they all look identical to me. They're all exactly like the same sort of rainbow color thing. Is this for children? Is that what it is? I don't know. Who watches these things? I've tried to watch them, and I don't like any of them. I'm not even here. And this is in my region. Why don't I show up? What the hell? My game isn't listed. Why did it unlist my game title? And it turned off monetization. Hopefully this doesn't kick you guys into an advert right now. Alright. Refresh. I'm still not here. Go to automation. No. I'm listed under beamng. I don't see my stream here. Let's try again. Oh no, it's right there. beamng.drive. Do I have to click cache or something? Look at these. Are these not the same person? Oh no, that is actually the same person. My bad. God, the spam content. Is this all made by AIs? I swear to God. They pump out so much bad content. I've tried watching one of these once, and it was just like, what the fuck am I looking at? YouTube hates me. It's because I'm not appealing to the 13-year-old audience. They generally hide stuff. I think it takes a while. Maybe, yeah. Stop scrolling, mate. Yeah. You have YouTube Premium? Who watching this stream? What? Brain rot content? A little bit, yeah. Welcome, Mr. Cheese, by the way. Basically spamming this... Yeah, cringe beam. Yeah. It's bots. Bots are watching them. Probably bots are watching them. Then we got this very Ford Fiesta-esque looking vehicle. So my issue here is everything is very, very flat. Oh, I got it. I only just noticed this as well. This is incredibly flat. Wait, what was this meant to be? Like a 2007? No, older than 2007. 2013 Ford Fiesta. Yeah, that's what it's meant to look like, right? That's the ST. We shouldn't have a look at that. Okay. Yeah. One, they've got the hood, the thing upside down. Two, they don't really have much hood definition here. There's a little bit. Oh, that's default, though. Probably could have done something of your own. like a hood bulge to kind of match this one. We do have fixtures that are very similar to that. You also notice that this is very flat and kind of wash out to the side in its wraparoundness, and not this version. Usually these sorts of fixtures, I've not used this one in a very long time because it's very much a beginner sort of fixture to use. There will be versions of it which won't be flat like that and will actually curve to the body. You'll also see that there's a little bit of like body line, which you could try fudging a little bit. And then there's also a bottom lip a little bit. And then the headlights are not flat on the front of the car. They're going very much around the side of the car. Where yours are quite on the front, only a little bit around the side. Like, have a look at this. It almost looks like it goes halfway back over the wheel. Yeah, look how far back that light comes. Yours is still very flat. So to match this, it would have to come up to maybe like here. Something ridiculous. Put in some body trim sort of stuff to make that work. Oh, you do actually have a thing down here. But notice how this only comes up to like halfway. You probably could have duplicated this, shrunk it down sideways, and then moved it off to the side, then scaled it out a little bit, which would have then had like your lip come around and then like a jutted out lip come out a little bit more. I think that would have actually looked a lot better. Would have been just like a little bit of piece de resistance. As far as it is though, it's not actually an ugly car. You'll also notice on these cars, there's a leading line, which is something I talk about very often in my streams. This matches this line here. Yours doesn't. What you could have done is use some of the patchwork and actually just patched over this little corner here. It would have been very hard to tell that that's actually what you've done, and it would have looked pretty good. If there's a lip showing up, what you'll use is you'll use cutouts, and then you'll put the patchwork curve part over it. Reminds you of a Fiat Punto? I mean, there is a little bit of Fiat Punto, I will agree. But, as you'll see here in the Fiat Punto, when... Oh, no, that is loaded. What I want is... Is that the version? Oh. You'll see that it's got matching lines here, and then it's got a matching leading line here as well. It's a little bit out of alignment, I've noticed. And then there's a matching line down here that goes into the thing. This doesn't really have much of that. It has a little bit, but the body is still very, very flat. Phil, go to the automation tabs. What? No, we're fine. Hey, that's the Hume Freeway in the Pic Lamau. This is the Hume Highway? It looks like a street. Just like a small street. Recognize those pillars here? Alright. Lower vent should be more narrow. I don't know about that, but flat. Not this sort of flat, but like conforming with the body. That's the word I was thinking of. Anyway, moving on. If this is the sports version, oh, it's fine. If not, hubcaps are where it should be. These are all the sports versions that we see stopped. Is there a non-sports version stopped? Yes. As you see, this is a hubcap over steel wheels. And the wheels are black to kind of like hide it a little bit. I feel that this is not the sport version, because it's also a 4-door. Do they have 4-door sports versions? I don't think they do. Yeah, I believe all the sports versions. This one looks a little bit sporty, but it's not the sports ST version. Yeah, they're all 2 doors. So yeah, I feel that this one probably should have come with, like, steelies? I don't know. Depends what you're trying to go for. Directly under the grille should be more narrow? Maybe, yeah. But you can have leading lines that don't line up, but, like, have a similar angle. So that could work, potentially. Having a look at this car again, you notice that this one is actually wider than the grille as well. So, I mean, I think it looks okay. So it's 2016 Fiesta Sync Edition is what it's based off of. Alright. It's trying to say, like, sync your phone. Yeah, once again, thing there. Your headlights are a little bit more detailed here as well, but that's something that'll probably be very tricky and probably not obtainable to do in automation. This is looking fairly good. I feel that this is even more bulbous around here to have that like dividing sort of thing. So I think that'd be cool if you try to do something like that. Also, there's usually a thing called lip placement on automation vehicles, on automation bodies, where you can place things below where the body ends. And what you could do is put on a fatter lip that even not just juts out more, but it also goes down further as well. I think that could just work together. Anywho, this does have alloy wheels. That has steelies by the looks of it. Could be wrong though. Not great pictures. That looks like a hubcap. Yep, that's a hubcap. So, it's up to you whether you've made a sports version or not for having hubcaps or alloys. Or an aftermarket, sorry, not an aftermarket, a factory add-on. Then we have 2 piston vented disc brakes. Spent all afternoon watching your videos, and I never played beamng before, though I'm getting tempted to start designing my own rat rod. Ooh, rat rods are fun. They're tricky, but they're really fun. Also, welcome Bestia to the stream. How's it going? There is 3D fixture triangle-like bulge that works great for side lips. Oh yeah, I've used that as well. That is also pretty good. It's a fixture. It's not a 3D fixture. It's a fixture that you can place 3D. Do you mean like it comes out 3-dimensionally? Yeah. Be careful not to confuse it with actually there being the 3D fixtures. I used an IRL spec sheet for it. Okay, cool. Then we have McPherson struts in the front. I didn't know that they had McPherson strut, but okay. I have a Fiesta, and I happen to know that the exhaust is on the back side of the engine, and the intake is on the front side. That's a fail. No, I'm joking. It's fine. I'm not gonna get you on that one. I wonder if you could... So, I know you can rotate the engine all the way around, but I also know you can play with scale. So, the problem with flipping it the other way around, what that's going to do is going to play funny buggers with the drive shafts. I think that should be fine, actually. It would be fine if you just flipped it around, maybe. Because you're not running a complicated engine. What you might do is maybe scale it on the y-axis and invert it, maybe? That might work. Congrats, first streamer to say it right. Bestia? I mean, how could you say it wrong? I suppose if they just misread it. I'm dyslexic, so I do take time to read things sometimes. Indeed, rat rods are fun. I love building them in automation. They are very fun. Recently disassembled 66cc 2-stroke motor and port. What? What are we talking about now? Anyway. This is an actual Duratec 1.25. Oh, when they got this small, were they not turboed? And also, is the exhaust on this side? Because I know that mine is, I believe, before the Duratec. I believe mine's... No, mine is Duratec, I believe. Make a Swift GTI twin cam... What? Me? Welcome, Summer Gill, by the way. I don't take requests, unfortunately. I might in the future with streams, though. But I'm currently reviewing other people's cars. For my project bike, it is normal MTB with engine. What? Mazda engine? Yes, I believe that they engines are also used in Mazda. Coming down to the rear, we don't have all-wheel drive, which is good. Then we have torsion beam rear suspension and drum brakes. Huh. I suppose I only have the sports version of this car, so I don't know. Looking at the rear, not a fan of the taillights. I have never seen this rear end on the Fiesta before. What? I have never seen that before. Is this a car that's going to come out in the future? This is a 2018 article, so it's way out of year. And it went on sale mid-17. Interesting. I'd never seen that before. I mean, I kind of like it. But this is what I'm guessing you based it off of. Your taillights do not look this good, unfortunately. Sorry, bro. Once again, switch it to 3D, move it out wide, angle it in however many angles you need, maybe up to 45 degrees, and then 2D place it again, and it'll stick on the side. And if you need to move it again, just keep switching between 2D and 3D, which are the 2 key and the 3 key. We'll switch between 2D and 3D. If you're going to use hubcaps on modern automation cars, paint the steel wheels black. Yes. I got a normal pedal bike. Okay. That is the 2018 one. Okay. I know that cheaper cars have them, but Ford is very much a company which highly values its sportiness. So I would be surprised to see that. Automation needs a way to insert things 3D in... Sorry, needs to insert things into 3D directly. What? Are you talking about my 3D trick? Maybe. Oh yeah, Phil, what do you think about the GR86? I mean, I like it. Hey Phil, do you try ice cream cheese? That sounds like a problem, especially for me. I'm very much lactose intolerant. Bonjour, welcome Border 140 Tame. Favorite car? Currently the ST150 and also my MGF. Now I'm pretty sure that these fuel fillers have a keyhole and not a tab to pull on. They do have a tab to pull on. Okay, let me eat my words, because I just know that my older Fiesta has a keyhole. Then we finally have this, which is very much a super family car sort of thing. When you place it, it's always on 2D, but you should be able to place it in 3D mode. Place it always in 2D. You should be able to place it. Just turn it to 3D by pressing the 3 key. I'm not entirely sure what it is you're trying to say. It's not great grammar, unfortunately. My cat is with me. Oh, did somebody cut it off? But at least you were able to recover it. I'm pretty sure... I haven't tried it out, but I think somebody attacked my cat and tried to cut it off my car. It's a bit of a problem. I believe I've seen this car around before. I believe I've also reviewed this car before. Once again, side vent, still the wrong sort of side vent. Hood vent, still the wrong sort of hood vent. I do like the front, though. The front looks fairly nice. A little bit of a split on there. Very uncommon, not really a real car sort of thing for sports cars, but alright. This looks slightly Volvo from certain angles. I would say it looks, but then again, it's mostly the body that's doing it. Very BMW sort of esque. Why is one of the member perks sleep aid videos? I haven't actually made any yet. I have to get around to it. What it is just extra content. One of the things that I might do for extra content is sleep aid stuff. Nice orange supercar? Yeah, pretty much. Moving inwards, we have medium compound tires. So it has a splitter, which is very much not a normal thing to see on a car. And then it has a medium compound tire? It's a bit contradictory. A little bit oxymoronic. Either way, still we have alloy 5 lugs with 3-piston solid disc brakes. 3-piston, okay, but solid disc brakes on the front of a car and a sports car at that? That is very not normal. It really should be running venteds in this day for this sort of vehicle. Yeah. Moving inwards, we have McPherson strut front-wheel drive. Okay. I just assumed this car was going to be rear-wheel drive, but okay, I mean, I would have given it all-wheel drive either, but I suppose they've just gone front-wheel drive. 4-cylinder, decent-looking turbo, and then the manifold is a variable manifold, I believe that is, and 4 valves per cylinder. A very decent, basic sort of engine. I'm very happy with it. They've even got a catalytic converter, so they haven't just gone with, I just want more power, so I'm going to stick on a tubular exhaust. Proper muffler as well. Nice, well done. Double wishbone. 2 piston solid disc brakes. Solids in the back, you can get away with a lot easier because they're a lot less likely to bake. Rear, all looks fine. A proper diffuser on there, though? Oh, boy. Oh, it's also the inverted concave one. Alright, fair enough. It looks fairly decent, though. Is this just the same car? Has this not been updated? Did I download a car from last week? Where is it? Six days ago. I think I might have reviewed this one last week. Because the new update changed the car and I wanted to get filled. Oh, okay. So it has changed. Okay. Anywho, I think the car has been updated 3 weeks in a row just with slight styling. Yeah. Now it's time to try these cars out. I have to relaunch beamng quickly, so we're just going to Alt F4 out of it for now. And then we're going to relaunch it. The reason why is because I opened beamng before I switched over to my headset, and you can't change audio on the fly. Hopefully this car handles pretty good. This is apparently meant to be their 3rd version of it. Yeah. Get the wheel up. Unfortunately, the votes just weren't there. People didn't vote for it. Alright. First car is the Fronty KS3. I actually like this car. I think it is the best looking one so far. And it's only got 2 votes though. What is up with the voting system? I think the Reddit is just basically dead. Now featuring Google Drive, this car actually called it the wrong title amount, blah blah blah. 1700cc, 115 horsepower. That's a lot of horsepower for this day and age. I'm guessing this is like mid 80s. Anyway, 8.2 seconds, 0 to 100. That is very fast. 195 kilometers an hour? My god. And very fuel efficient. Fuel type diesel. Yes, even in the files, apparently it's diesel. Interesting. Automation dollars, okay. Devised in there. Built off the K3 released in 1989. Okay. So, let's have a quick look. Diesel, fuel tank, okay. I can't be bothered looking at the rest of it, but at least they've named everything to be diesel. I wonder, is there, is there an engine debug? I'm looking for something. It's like a... There's an engine debug of some sort, but I don't know if it says the type of fuel that it's running. Alright, yep, no, don't have a choice. I'll just have to take their word for it. Let's also turn the audio up, because I got it turned down, because when I'm doing things in beamng, I just have the audio turned down so I can watch videos in the background as well. Phil, what country is this FR? I'm guessing France, because they said. I'm also not going to read all of this. Huge success for diesel cars? Okay, so apparently this is a very big success car. I'm going to move my seat over a little bit. It doesn't sound very diesel-esque. Also, the music is quite loud. Let's turn that down a smidge. There we go. All right. You know what? It doesn't sound like a normal petrol engine, so I will probably give it to them that this does sound a little bit diesel-y. I also like the fact that it revs rather low as well. It only goes up into the 4,000k rev range. Sorry, 4,000k? Sorry, the 4k rev range. Or 4,000 rev range. $115 seems to be on the okay for turbo diesel hot hatch. It seems too fast, to be honest. For a diesel, I don't know about that. M died from the inside. I like ice cream cheese. Okay. Sounds so small. It is quite small, yeah. Diesels are not that hard to do, actually, to be honest. I did a little thing on it, and I was going to make a video, and I was like, you know what, this is just too simple. I might do it again, though. Also, then Automation and beamng started going through updates, and beamng shat itself, so I never ended up doing it at the time. There's a diesel bike that revs to 7,000 RPM. Oh my god. That is... wow. Is beamng on controller any good? Yeah, it's fairly good. It's hell of a lot better than being on keyboard and mouse, unless you're like one of those speed runners. On wheel is, yes, the best. Force feedback, though, in beamng is... it feels like very tacked-on afterthought sort of thing, though. Same with rumble feedback. I just have it turned off, because otherwise it's on all the time, which is not fun. What bore stroke ratio do you use for power? What? What are you talking about? That's a very weird question. It depends if I'm going for high revving or not. Or torque. Also, longer strokes have become a more recent sort of thing as well. As emission cycles have gotten a lot harder. This car actually handles really well. If I didn't know any better, I'd say that this thing actually has downforce. Like, I know you got a little bit of a spoiler on there, but that spoiler should do nothing other than to reduce a little bit of lift, not really doing much else. It's a good feeling vehicle to drive. It's not amazing. It's just very good. Brakes are fairly well balanced. Maybe a little too sporty for road use, but still pretty darn good. You need to recalibrate the settings for the G920, which I'm assuming you have. Yeah. Of course, what? I use mouse keyboard, gotta say I hate it. Yeah, fair enough. What they do is they turn on, like, ABS all the time, and they use the mouse to control steering. There are actually speedrunners that do very good with that. I personally don't want to even try it. It sounds like hot garbage. They also do some other setting finagling. Yeah. I also want to take this now to the downhill section of this map. I know it starts in the icy area, and I don't think this car will do particularly well. But we'll wait until we're out of the icy area. Gotta say, I like this car a lot. It's not going to do well in the full fill score, but it'll do a lot better in the simplified fill scores. So, Exige, if you are still here, what score would you like? Simplified or full? If you're not here, I'll give you the full fill score. Ice cream... Why are you talking about things that are not in the stream? Oh, no, no. I tried to go for the gutter run, but I didn't pull it off. Damn it. Turn in, you fat lark. Okay, well, corner's basically over now. I also feel as if hooking into the curbs is very much the sort of thing that you can only do in steering wheel setups and not in with a controller. You just don't have the fine control you need to keep the wheels in there. Damn it. Almost, but not quite. Full score, if you wouldn't mind. Okay. I mean, you do better not having a full fill score, but if you want the full fill score, that's up to you. European Takumi on the Alpine downhill? Yeah, a little bit. I do like it. It is fun to drive. Oh dear, oh dear. A little bit of a nerve. Also on wheel, you can feel when wheel gets in. I don't have force feedback turned on for automation. Sorry, for beamng. beamng's feedback is garbage. It's actually really bad. Like, it's all there and everything, but it's like, it's garbage. It's just always on. It's always fighting. It doesn't feel anything like what force feedback should feel like, and it feels nothing like real life. So yeah, I just don't use it. I mean, I'd like it if they actually decided to put the effort in to make a force feedback section, but I also don't really need it. What I have is just centering turned on. That's all I ever have turned on for this game. That's a nice car. I like. What's the difference between simplified and full fill score? Simplified fill score is just me giving you like a generalized kind of rundown of the car. A full fill score is giving you like... I'm judging it based upon its year, what sort of fixtures you've put on for like your radio, judging based on like how I think the repair prices are and all that sort of stuff. It goes into like more like a Doug score, where it's not really great for this sort of stuff. It needs to deliver Swiss cheese. Yeah, a little bit. Gotta make sure that it's also kept very soft and not damaged. My quality is on 1080-60p, but it looks like I'm on 240. Really? Why is my bitrate suffocating? Goddamn this new OBS update. Let me go into settings and see if nudging it will make it work. Output. Let's turn that to 11. Alright, I'm gonna relaunch the stream quickly. Hopefully it won't do a thing. Yeah, it's going at like 10% of what it should be bit rating at. And we are live, but it's still a low bit rate. What is happening? Why is my internet suffocated? I don't want to open that on stream. I think it's the AMG GPU not having a great encoder. Like, no, that's not it, because this was all fine right up until this stream when I updated OBS just before the stream. So it is clearly an OBS issue. That is annoying. Wait, hold on. I got a chat revenue of $77, but I've only got one donation of $50. What is YouTube on about? So confused. You know what? Let's try doing an internet speed test. Give me a minute. Alright. Might suffocate everything right now. Here's hoping it doesn't. I can't even... Oh, here we go. Oh. My download is like half what it should be. That's weird. Weird things are happening. And my upload's twice what it should be. 3 times what it should be. But yet my upload rate is balked. I'm only uploading at... streaming at 1.3 megabit. Or 1.2 megabit most of the time, actually. You're right, they probably donated in American dollars. Ah, smart thinking there. Well done. It just keeps pausing the stream. Yeah, I mean, I was just doing a, an internet speed test. Why is OBS crapping itself? Give me one little second to have a bit of a look here. Output. Do I not have it set to constant bitrate? Give me a second. Hopefully the stream won't stop, but I'm going to quickly try to change some settings. Which means I have to stop the stream, but hopefully YouTube will keep it going. Okay. There we go. We've forced its arm. There we go. Whoa. That is incredibly inconsistent. But good. We are stuck at 12,000 kilobits a second, which is 12 megabit. Okay, there we go. Just forced its arm. What I had to do was I had to just stop the stream for a second. I switched to constant bitrate. And hopefully everything else is working fine. I don't know. I haven't had a chance to go through and make sure everything is good. It's not the internet. It is OBS. OBS is the one having the brain fart right now. Immediate difference? Yeah. I've locked it to actually use my bandwidth as opposed to what OBS was trying to do, which was weird things. So I'm going to try to download the previous version of OBS for the next time I try to do anything. And threaten to install slobs? What? Oh, Ringu, welcome. By the way. Anywho, yeah, we're going to give this thing now its full fell score. Very distracted there. Let's go to stream scoring. Styling. Most people aren't going to think that this is a particularly cool-looking car in most of the world. In Europe, they may like it a lot more than elsewhere. It just looks like a city car that looks a little bit sporty. Most kids aren't going to be frothing at the mouth for this in most parts of the world. They'll be like muscle cars and supercars are like the thing that they like, or similar. But not a small hatchback from the 80s. Force its arm and threaten to install slob. I don't know what that means. I don't know what slobs is. Oh, Streamlabs. Is that what you're trying to say? No, I don't like Streamlabs. They're a dodgy company. What do I think of Doug DeMuro? I liked him. Like 7 years ago? 6 years ago? When he like got really, really big. I don't care so much for him anymore. I don't hate him. I watch some of his videos. But I don't know, I feel like just a bit long. Mozzies, yeah. So for styling of this car, it's pretty good. It'll make it up in its je ne sais quoi factor, but not in this. I think for here, it's just going to be like a 5. It's very middle of the road. It's not particularly great. It's just some car to most people. The acceleration of this felt fairly good. What was it, like 8.9 seconds? So it's actually not terrible. It's not going to get like a 1. It'll get like a 3. It's pretty good, but not anything by modern standards. I can't think of an alternative to OBS to threaten replace. There's XSplit. They're getting a lot better. Handling of this car feels pretty darn good. Is it amazing? No, but it is very good. So we're going to give it a 9. It's not like a downforce monster sort of thing. I'm not going to hurt it too much for not being that, because that's very much a race car sort of thing, and I don't give race cars full fell scores. The fun factor to this, it is very fun to drive. It's not like super fast or anything like that, but drive this thing any sort of lively fashion and you will enjoy it. Waiting for Doug to review my car so my value explodes even more, be like. Maybe, yeah. Which car is this? It's this one, the little Citron looking thing. If you don't want to have the full fill score, you can just go with a simplified fill score. Cool factor for this. I mean, it's a hot hatchback. It's a little bit cool. But only cooler the more you get to Europe. Anywhere else, not as cool. It's also like a diesel one, where that's really only going to be mostly popular only in Europe. So we're going to go like a 6 on that. Trackability, it felt fairly good, like you could probably track this one for a while. I'm guessing those brakes are not going to be up to snuff, though, for like full track days, though. Which were not really much of a thing back then in most of the world. Could we call my lack of interior a race interior? Then you'd get a race scoring. It's like a hatch that has diesel. It's a hatch that has diesel. I know. The features of this thing. What was it, 1989? It's not going to be particularly great. It might have air conditioning, and it might have a cassette player. It has a cassette player, and it has a clock. Good. Okay. Wait, hold on. Oh, for a second there, I thought the gauges might have been animated, but they're not. Features 2? Because at the very least, you can get one of those cassette players, which you can hook up to Bluetooth, or you can hook up to a 3.5mm jack and hook into your phones if you're not running like a modern iPhone or similar. Phil, how do you feel about 90s Honda Prelude four-wheel steering? No idea, never been in one. Everyone have fun street racing until you gap them in a diesel hot hatch. Maybe. For you, you've seen better interiors? That's not what I'm going on here. I'm going on features. And the features are cassette player and fans. Probably not air conditioning. Comfort. I mean, it's very cramped, especially in the rear. These also don't look like the most comfortable seats in the world, considering this car will also be fairly cheap. It's not particularly loud. It's a rough diesel, so we're going to go something like a 6 on that one. If you're in the front, you're fine. Anywhere else, nah. Quality. It's a diesel, so that'll be fairly good, but it's French, so it gets like a 3. And it'll also be like a cheap feel as well, because it has to be cheap. What was the price of this again? It was a 1989. So, yeah, it's not going to be particularly great. Wait, no, the price of it, not the year. Sorry, my bad. My brain failed on me. $21,000? It's not a very cheap car. That is a very expensive car. It is a hot hatch, but yeah, okay. Practicality for this? I mean, it's a hatchback, so you got all of the practicalities there. The problem is your rear seats are not very practical and mostly take up space more than anything else. So we're going to go like a 4 on that one. It's not terrible, but you can't fit people in with the way that you've made the rear seats, unfortunately. Does the e-brake light the dash works by default, or is it J-beam? You'd have to make that J-beam. Oh, okay. There was somebody that talked about this. And I saw it in a mod thing. Apparently, these fixtures can be animated now. And I think that's what they've done here. Because nothing else is animated, which makes me think that that is not a J-beam mod. Do we have... There's no J-beam section by the looks of it. Still pretty cool. What are we looking at next? Value. It's not particularly cheap, and these cars, I don't know whether they would be cheap. They probably wouldn't be in good condition. Value, I think we're going to go like a 6 on that one. They won't really go down in value. They'll probably gain a little bit even. But you're probably not getting them super cheap, especially like this sort of era of car. Ongoing costs, it's diesel, so it's not going to be horrible, but it is going to be like probably requiring a lot of like interior and stuff like that. Body trim will probably fall off a lot. Let's go like a 6 on that one. It'll be fine. They added lights in an update? Okay. Yeah, I saw it, and somebody was telling me about it. I thought it was a mod. My bad. Welcome back, Warbot. How's it going? If they can make that work, they should make the stream wheels turn too. Steering wheels. I have heard that that is something that's coming. I was actually looking on how to mod the exporter myself. It's too far over my head. I can't figure it out. That was the thing that I was going to make as a mod for the exporter. Phil, I have a dilemma. Do I watch your F1 or study a bit more for my math test? Probably study. Newbie question, what's J-beam? J-beam is the file type for beamng stuff. If you're doing work, you're probably going to be working on J-beam at some point. It's very unlikely you won't be. Let's move on to J-beam editing. There is none. Would I buy this? Oh, welcome, Luka Mikos. You know what? I would be slightly inclined to buy this one. These are just very, incredibly unpopular in Australia. Je ne sais quoi factor? I feel there is a lot that is not represented in the points. So I'm going to give this one fairly good. I don't like the red here. I feel that should have been like taillight material. So I can't give it like a 10. I think I'll give it like an 8. It's pretty darn good. Okay. Weird. Try to keep it on topic there, East Germany. Realism and commonality. I feel that this one is quite realistic. I don't know whether vehicles like this would have accelerated 0 to 100 in 8.2 seconds. That seems a bit far-fetched for a car of this era and price tag. Actually, you know what? It seems very far-fetched, but okay. What did you guys say it was based upon? I can't remember. Maybe if I hit back a bunch of times, we'll come across it. Oh, Citroen ZX. I believe it's meant to be based off of this. So, let's go here. .8 seconds. Now that's 1996. That is very incredibly fast. Zero to 100. This is more what I would be expecting. I feel as if this is actually not a standard car. 7.8 to 100? That doesn't sound right. This sounds right. Based on the ZX with a BX rear end. Je ne sais quoi means a certain I don't know what. Then these things are kind of weird. It's a sleeper. A little bit, but this is also a diesel. Hold on. Control-Shift-T. What engine does this have? It's not going to tell me. 16 valve. Hold on. What the... Ah. Oh, god damn it. Let's have a quick look at the engine. My controller will switch up a thing. So yeah, this is not a 16 valve. This is a 2 valve. 8 valve. I'm going to go realism here. I guess 7. It's fairly good, but not incredibly realistic. An 89. That's a very good score. I need to go to the toilet. I'll be back in a bit. Hello, Pippa. How you doing? I feel so much more relaxed now. Oh, much better. Some weird stuff was happening in the chat whilst I was gone. Welcome, Sheepy, by the way. The wheel is right behind you. What? Oh, that? Yeah, no, I'm not going to use it. I'm on 2 Dare iced coffees. What? Dog reveal? I mean, I've revealed it before. I feel so relaxed. I didn't realize how busting I was until, like, I went to get up and I was like, oh dear. I'm actually a lot more busting than what I thought. Get the wheel? Nah, we're good. Oh, it's also right-hand drive. Interesting. You know what? There. Now you have a score of 90. Do another poll? No, I'm good. You have Portuguese? You haven't seen the dog? She's gone. She's outside now. This is a cool car, must say. I think its speed is way off and its power is way off. How much power did they say it had? Like 115 horsepower? I feel that this thing would probably have something more like 60 horsepower and it would have more torque than power. What breed of dog? A Dachshund cross with something small. It's a very small little dog. Love her. That was a quick... No. I just had to urinate. He's... Oh, badly as well, apparently. Got lots of farts, though. I can share those with you. NASCAR level pit stop? A little bit. I feel like that Ricky Bobby scene where, like, the driver gets out of the car and then they're like, wait, where'd the driver go? And he's just overeating some food at, like, the food truck. Anywho, moving on to the next vehicle, we have, the quad-wing Speedster. Alright. Let's see where they want me to test this out. It's around here somewhere, right? What? Wait. Oh. Quad-wing Speedster. Here we go. Apparently this only got 1 vote. Oh dear. I didn't think it was that bad. I suppose nobody's really using Reddit, which is why we're wrapping this up. Hey there, car. Did not think this car modified, blah, blah, blah. Quad-wing 2006. An exclusive car. Quad-wing is capable to do gorgeous cars. 6.1, blah, blah, blah. Top speed. I'm not seeing a racetrack here. I mean, the stats are not mind-blowing, but we'll give it a try. Never knew there was Reddit until now. It's in the chat. But yeah, we won't be using it for a while. May change its purpose in the future, who knows. Okay. Your brake bias is way too far forward. Also, your suspension is squishy marshmallows. Look at that. That is way too much stuff. Way too much body movement. I know it's weird, but automation is not great at its, like, sportiness and race presets. Race is sporty, and sporty is like a normal sort of preset, and normal is a comfort preset. And then comfort is a 1960s car. Like, wallowy as hell. So, this probably should have had a race preset, maybe even make it a bit harder, who knows. The other thing that, why I know this thing has too much front brake bias, apart from the fact that I looked at the brakes, is I'm braking now, and I can't really turn. That means that the wheels are already doing way too much work, and if the rear wheels were doing more work, it would, one, take the load from the front tires a little bit there, and if your wheels aren't going forward quite as much as what the car wants it to go, then it'll kind of move around a little bit, and you'll get what's called slip angle. Right now, this thing understeers like a mofo. So let's start that again. And you'll be able to see this again now. Brake and turn. See, understeer for days. Let's try. We're going to leave ESC on for a bit. God, this thing lurches so bad. Turn in is fine. Mid-corner is okay. No, there's understeer. I believe you have mechanical and aero understeer, which both together, not great. Ugh. What tires does this have again? Sports compound. You probably could have gotten away with thing. Ready for Build and Race 2? No, it's not. Welcome, Kiwi Teehee? It's me, Hylax Man. I don't know who that is. Shifting is wild. Yeah, it's very crazy, this car. I don't want to give this one a full fill score because it feels very unfleshed out with the suspension in it. But what we will do is we'll at least do a little bit of tuning here. Brake bias. Front, we're going to reduce that down, and the rear, we're going to increase that a lot. Let's then switch this to race coilovers and race sway bars. Then, Phil, do you have mount panorama? Yes, I do. We'll go rear toe in a little bit, but then we're going to try to fix understeer by going with a stiffer rear sway bar. Hopefully that does what we need it to do now. Yeah, still very soft. Turns in a little bit better. Less understeer the further you go around. This really does take a lot more tuning than what we got. If we didn't have like these race options, this car would be unsavable in its current condition. I feel that you've got like too much power and not enough traction. Do the tires go any wider than this? They're fairly wide, but I feel you could go wider than that. This car gets a 3 out of 10. It's unpolished. Please resubmit. Oh, wait, no. There is no more resubmit for now. I don't know. I don't know which cars came from East Germany. Welcome, Maiko Lupo. Test yours on Mount Panorama? I don't know which one yours is. Hold on. You are Crystal Zeus. I don't... Oh, wait, no, yours is this one, right? Okay, let's go get the... No, not that. There we go, mods. No, is it under Bathurst? There we go, it's under Bathurst. And then the map name is Mount Panorama. I always would get confused by that. Where music? There's music playing. What's the engine? This is V8 Supercars. We will turn the volume down a little bit, though, because it is very loud. Julia the Alpha one? What? Yeah. Alright, well, it's got to load this thing from scratch. I just forgot about that. I have a roadmap as well to also finish Malala, and we'll have that map done probably within the next couple of weeks if I have time. You see, this is the reason I don't like orange convertible. Oh, you didn't like it because it doesn't drive well. Okay. Poopoo-cars! Any idea when you'll be streaming again? The viewer cut? What? Maybe rephrase that question and give it to me in one go. Options. Audio. Let's drop that down to like 16, because this thing is going to be loud. Wait, is this an automatic? You've got an automatic. No, one, get rid of the automatic. That is an atrocious thing. Does this thing have the full amount of power? I feel as if it doesn't have full amount of power. ESC. Oh, this thing is not great off the line. Wait, hold on. How long is the first gear? $120 in first gear. What the hell? The engine is a stroker with max stroke before the crank brakes. Okay, fair enough. Handling is fine. Oh, very oversteery, like what you'd expect. I have to remember how to drive these cars now. Dual clutch is auto in beamng? Oh, okay. That's unfortunate. Oh dear. Alright, there we go. He means, do you have an idea on when the next reviewing stream? I don't know. Give it a 6 months, maybe? It is meant to be kept at speed? Yeah, I know, but still people have to be able to get off the line. Use the auto-controlled manual. Trust me. It is a better transmission for racing. It's also lighter, which will move weight away from the front. You know what actually feels quite good? Around Mount Panorama. Why the music is not playing? There's music. It's just very quiet. I'm doing 60 on first gear my V8 Supercar. 60 kilometers an hour might be a little bit short. Maybe aim for somewhere in between the two. Like a high 10 sort of area to... Make it around 100 somewhere. It's probably where you'll most likely want to sit. If you don't have like a simple clutch ability, you're also going to struggle. What you can also do, which is what I would suggest, is actually, if you are going to stick with this sort of transmission, is go into your part selector, the engine, go to your transmission, and you should be able to switch it to a 6-speed race sequential. Continuously variable transmission. I've seen that a lot. 9-speed sequential transmission. I want to try the variable with this. Why want to go to high... Oh god. It feels so goddamn lively. Except for off the line, because it's not a good CVD. What? What the hell? Hold on. Do I have to tune the CVT? Minimum ratio, let's turn that down. Maximum ratio. I feel like this is the wrong way around. Let's try that out. Okay, it's better off the line now. Yeah, it's the wrong way around. The highest ratio it can use. What? Minimum. Lowest ratio. It's smaller numbers, right? I don't remember how to use this. Is that the right way to do it? No, that's the low end. That's no good. What the frick? So we want this number to be here, but this one apparently also wants to be long? I'm so confused. So it's very short. Okay, you know what? I think they fucked up how this works. I don't actually understand it. Engine, let's go to your transmission. Let's turn that to... I don't know why you went 9 speed. That is so weird. That is so heavy. Is there a way to get automation to export with those settings? What settings? What are you talking about? Automation doesn't have CVTs. I'll have to figure out how to work the CVT, and I may make a bit of a video on it at some point. This thing is brutal. Now that it's got like a good transmission in it. And it handles quite nicely. Like, around there is a particularly tricky part. There's a few more tricky parts as well. Not this corner, but the next one is hard to get right. And I don't personally know how to get it right either. It's so hard to get it lined up in there. Then there's this next corner here, where it tightens up a lot more than what you expect. Let's rewind that. What diff should I use for a German sports car in 1992? Either open or viscous. Probably open. Oh. A little bit loose, but doing pretty well. Oh dear. Still controllable. Not too much damage to the suspension, steering, and all that sort of stuff. Whoa. Oh. And then, oh no, I braked way too late for Skyline. Ah! It'd be nice if you figured out a way to make the rear wings look nicer, because those rear wings don't look good. They look really bad. In fact, it's actually giving me a headache of it being in my peripherals. And then slow it down here for Forest Elbow. And then let's see how it does on the straight. Damn it! So it's not bad is what I'm getting? Yeah, this car is not bad. Doesn't look 100%, but I think that'll come down to if you want to do any sort of tweaking to it. I do like the idea of a non-painted car. Those did pop up occasionally when teams were between sponsors, sort of thing. God, the gearing is so close. So goddamn close. No wonder you went with a 9 speed. Whoop. And then brake about there. Brakes are good. That slowed down quicker than what I thought. Top speed's a little bit low, but not atrocious. And then slowing it down for... I can't remember what this corner is called. Brake balance is good. Handling is good. So as far as a muscle car goes, as a V8 supercar goes, that pretty well done. 7.5 out of 10. Your styling leaves a bit to be desired. Your handling is pretty darn good. Yeah. Is there going to be a Philman Halloween special? Maybe, I don't know. Do you know any cars from 1986? Volvos? Welcome, Cool Boss. How's it going? It's a bit loose, but but it's nicer on the wheel. Yeah, I mean, it's a V8 supercar. They're not the most capable vehicles. They're meant to be hard to drive. If they became easy to drive, they'd just be like Formula 1 and nobody'd ever be overtaking. Automation how includes CVTs with all exports? Yes, they do. Sorry, I misread that. Now does. I've got a grin on my face. Thanks so much. Cool. All right. Next thing. Please at least fix that. And the wing issue. Like, the double wing doesn't look good. That and that. Everything else you can get away with. Maybe add some shape to the hood with, like, some bulges. And then change up whatever this is to not be so weird. Aside from that, yeah, use mods. Control E. Let's look at the next car. It's a rally car. The Haida LM1. We're out there. I don't think it's this, is it? No. Here we go. Group B rally car. Some backstory. In the early 80s, blah, blah, blah. Success of Haida LM1? There was no LM1 before this sort of era, I'm guessing. LMP1, or the LM... Actually, I don't know what LM1 is. Because it went Group 5, kind of like the group numbers. Then it went Group letters, like Group C, which is the ones that most people know. And then it went to LMP cars, LMP1, LMP2, LMP3. I don't know if there was any more than that, but yeah. A small sports car trying to replicate supercars at the time. With the rise of Group B rally series, decided, blah, 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 rally world. This is the result. Okay, so, do I have... I believe I have rally tracks. Douglas Rally and Rally Forest. I know that many of these rally maps are not great. I don't know what Glassview Mountain is. I think that's something else. Alright. Douglas Rally, that's night. And there's Douglas Rally day. And then there's Rally Forest. Rally Forest was hard. This one is also quite hard, but it shouldn't be so bad. 1986 VL Commodore. Okay. My MR2 is 1988. Good, okay. Let's see if this car does well. I'm guessing it's meant to be more of a Dakar than anything else. But the only thing close to a Dakar I have is like a desert map, and I don't know if that's really going to be helping out much. It's a long gearing for a very small power band. As you see, this thing will only kick in like above 6,000 RPM. Yeah, it's like high fives maybe. Yeah, right at the end of 5,000 RPM, which means that this thing should probably have a very short gear ratio. Damn it. Let's get on the line and start. Also, being a rally car, they're not going to have the longest gear ratios unless they're on like a high-speed, long straight sort of circuit. Not very common. Ugh. I never really noticed it before, but the road does not match the dirt on the side of the road at all. Like, I know that it would be, like, prepped, but it should at least be a similar sort of color, right? You know what, it's doing okay as a rally car, but it's so sinfully ugly to look at that I just don't want to keep using it, to be honest. I'm going to make a car to test, just need feedback. What's that got to do with me? This is doing alright, actually. I don't know this track very well. That's a me problem, not a car builder problem. I don't want to turn on the diff locks right now, because that'll make this thing harder to control. You know what? Maybe it can't make it any worse. Other than the vent and wing, what else do I need to change? I went over a lot of it. You can go back and watch the earlier part of the stream if you want. Yeah, now I have to work a lot harder to get it sideways, because it just wants to understeer because of the lock differential. It's just dragging that inside wheel, making a, outside wheel, which makes it want to go straight. Yeah, it understeers so much now. The oversteer is a lot more easier to get if you enter properly. Damn it. But yeah, you can't just just go into a corner and turn anymore. Oh, we got some missing textures apparently, but only distant missing textures and not close missing textures. Weird. All right. I think that's an issue that we ran into with the trees on the Malala track. Which now looking at this, which this never had this issue before, I'm pretty sure the issue is with beamng and not with the mods. So I think my mod might be fine, and I'll just wait for beamng to fix all of their teething issues. And if you're thinking that maybe they updated the map, no. I download, I don't subscribe. I don't know why, it's just I prefer to do it that way. I really should make it a subscribe, not an update. You know what I really want? Is a wide open rally track that doesn't have, like, trees or narrow tracks everywhere. I know that's less common, and they usually were like this, but I just like something that's just a little bit easier to rally on, so I can try a little bit harder. I should probably go to, like, the motorsport playground. Ugh. Yeah, that power oversteer is so much easier to get. But because the gearing is longer than what this turbo will allow, it's struggling. So, what you should have done is made the power band more usable, I feel. 4 out of 10. 5 out of 10. 4 out of 10. It's ugly to look at. Then we have the Ivory 822. I don't think I have Spa enable. Let's go use Spa. Wait, no. Yeah, no, let's go to Spa. Since it's such a good litmus test. beamng added new trees in its update? Okay. Spa Frankenchops. I also do like the idea of an Alfa Romeo supercar, V8 supercar. I think that would have been cool. I don't know if they ever did it though. I'd love rally map in the style of old arcade rally games. Nice views, bumpy and twisty. Yeah! Those were good maps, weren't they? They're also designed to be easier to drive on. It was my first time trying a front lip and canards. Yeah, none of the V8 supercars have canards as well. If you had canards, maybe take them off. beamng add new cars? What? I hope they don't. I hope they just fix their game first. What's happening? Is it crashed? Hopefully it hasn't crashed. I'm also noticing that the beamng, that OBS has become a lot more stable as well. There we go. I just had to give it a bit of a fright and then it got working again. Was there an 8C supercar? I don't think there was. I don't know. I don't think this is an Australian V8 supercar. Does look like it fits the regs, though. Seriously starting a start in supercar. Okay, so this is saying that they looked at it, but nothing is seemingly confirmed. I don't know. They have a 2.6-litre V8 called... Yeah, I'm assuming that they would just use a pre-made engine, as Ford and Holden does. When we talk about V8 supercars, we talk... Okay, there's a race series in Australia called V8 Supercars. Suspension is really sloppy. Look at that movement. That is atrocious. The side to side, also way too much body roll. Once again, race is sometimes not even enough for race. Oh, handle's kind of weird. Let's turn ESC off. Oop. Alright. It's a fan render after... Yeah, I'd assume as much. I'm guessing that this car is unpolished. It feels way too tall, which is surprising because the car is so low. And I think it feels tall because the suspension is way too sloppy. Handles fairly good though. Okay, so I might be able to... I think actually it would be possible to go through Eau Rouge in this at full speed, but I'm struggling a lot. I don't know about flat planes. It is a touring car, kind of. It's not exactly a touring car. It's very similar to a touring car. I believe that there is differences between it and generic touring car specifications. Nah. One of which being the fact that they can run full race spec engines. It doesn't have to be an engine that's ever sold in the car. 3 out of 10. Next car is the Mini... So, did he say that it was a drift car? I don't think he actually specifically said that when he posted the car, did he? What's happening? Why is Discord not opening? Oh, no, there we go. Discord is apparently open now. Here we go. All right, let's go check. 1960s rear-engine endurance car built for the Nürburgring. Okay, so not a drift car. Let's go enable the Nordschleife. Fix your fucking shit, beamng. God damn it. I think I want this one. No, I don't. Apparently that one's not even working. So let's re-deactivate that one and then reactivate this one. There we go. Hopefully it doesn't do that thing where I drop through the earth, which is some sort of like weird glitch I don't understand. He said it's very fun to slide. Alright. Let's have a quick look. It's a race car, it's a handful, very fun to slide. He does say that, okay. Here we go. So we're going to try to drive it as if it's not a drift car to start with. And good, okay. It seems that beamng today is working well with the Nordschleife. That was a lot of understeer. Oh dear. It really wants to slide. What year did he say this was? 1960. So, if it's exactly on 1960, I doubt it would have had a sports compound or anything like that. And it feels like as if it doesn't want to go straight. Oh dear. It understeers at high speeds. And understeers at low speeds. But like mid speeds, it seems to do okay. Very weird car. I should keep in mind that this is an older vehicle, so I shouldn't be driving it like a modern car as well. Maybe a little too tail-happy? But then again, being an endurance car, there's more to take into consideration than just speed of cornering and stuff like that. I feel as if it is probably a little too tail-happy, as it'll probably destroy the rear tires. Oh, 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 okay, yep, oh dear. Slowing it down. Oh dear. You know what? It becomes controllable after a little bit. Now, I also know that this is not the layout of the Nordschleife that they would have had back in the 60s. It would have been very different. Wouldn't have even had the curbstones at this point, the rumble strips and whatnot. Whoa, whoa. I mean, it might just be a little too dangerous. No old Nürburgring? I don't think there is an old Nürburgring. It'd be cool, though, for beamng. Damn it. This car is just hard to drive. Not gonna lie. Like, it's not the hardest car to drive. There is harder cars to drive. What I mean is, like, if you're gonna be driving this in an endurance race, it's going to be very, very taxing on the mind. And it's probably going to kill all of its drivers. Like, all you need to do is have a bit of a mistake, have somebody pull out in front of you or move across on you, anything like that. You have like a little bit of a micro adjustment, and then you start to spin out, and guess what? You're dead. Except there wouldn't have been barriers at the time, you'd have just gone straight into a tree. This thing oversteers just, unfortunately, a little too easily. I love old steer-by-throttle cars. I mean, yeah, if we're not doing a high-speed track like the Nürburgring, this thing would probably be a lot easier. You know what? Let's take it to the automation test track. Sorry, the handling circuit. Have you done any racing IRL? Only little bits, but mostly on the drift. Yeah, let's take it here. Being on a smaller track like this should be a lot easier to drive. Ugh. Also, steer by throttle was a requirement back in the day due to the cross-ply tires, or the bias plies, some people call them. We just call them cross-plies here, I believe, in Australia. It gets too tank slappery, and then I was way too late to go into the braking zone. Done quite a bit of karting myself, and quite good at it. To be honest, I'm not a very fast racer. I'm just kind of like mid, to be honest. I do want to do more of it, but I'm not going to be going out there and being like anywhere near the fastest people. I've done a little bit of like daytime go-karting where like what I mean is like go out a day with the boys with go-karts. The problem is I'm heavier than most people, so I'm already at a like major disadvantage. This car is, I mean, it's okay. Not my favoritist of cars. It just feels kind of weird. It feels like it wants to understeer, and then the inertia kicks in, and then the thing oversteers way too much. And then the engine also feels like it has too much inertia. It takes way too long to rev. See, look at that. Just copious amounts of understeer. Which is weird, because then it goes into like an inertia drift, and then the thing is like hard to bring back. I don't know how they got this thing to... Am I driving it wrong? Is this thing actually not a rear engine? Has he done a trick again? Oh no, the engine is actually back here. It's not just visual. Okay. I don't know how he's created a rear engine, rearward cockpit sort of car that understeers in any way. That is so weird. Alright, let's go full sweat mode for a bit. Damn it. Damn it. This car is hard to drive. Or hard to learn, maybe. Once you get used to it, it might be better, but... Also, Ekaimin is a bit of a contrarianist. So, he's probably made this to, like, handle in a very specific way, which is not immediately intuitive. Like, the brakes are too forward on the front for bias. Sorry, on its balance. So it understeers going into corners under braking. But, like, what he's done is he's thought of, like, a very specific way to make it work. And hasn't made a car that's for everybody, but very much a lot for him. Drifting is okay, but it's a very slow drift. It's not like a high-speed, chuck it into a corner sort of drift. Because then it, like, it goes to, like, maximum slip angle, and then just kind of teeters there, going like, haha, I'm gonna go on you, I'm gonna go, I swear I am. But if you're good at controlling it, it doesn't go. Yeah, nah. Let's move on to the next car. Next is, this little 144. That's up, isn't it? Here it is. Oh, you're heading off now, East Germany? See you later, East Germany. I think you should use liftoff oversteer. I tried. It's a problem. To get the car turned, brakes, throttle, straight, and recover the car. The problem is then you're, like, taking up a lot of time. It also still wants to understeer. Phil, no score for him? No, it was a last-minute submission. I think it would be not particularly fair to give it a fail score. Because I'm also not, like, taking a long time to learn it, which is probably what he did. He probably took a really long time to learn how to use that. Wow, this thing feels weird. It's very sharp on the turn-in, but then has understeer. Like, it is very sharp on the turn-in. Incredibly sharp on the turn-in. But then it understeers a little bit. It's weird. And then it has, like, inertia drift. What is this vehicle? See, there's understeer. It doesn't like to go hard cornering, like a hard steering angle. Oh, it's also meant to be a rally car, isn't it? Because it has, like, rally tires. This thing feels weird. Have they modified the tire grip? Like, this does not feel like a normal type of grip. There is some shenanigans going on with this car. We'll take it over to the rally in a second. I just want to see if I can... I don't know what it is. Also, the suspension feels very jittery. Does anybody else see that? As if the car is vibrating? Also, the suspension. Incredibly stiff. What is that? What the hell? Do you see that? Like it went under the braking. It's very weird. Alright, let's have a bit of a look here. Also, nice photo. Not quite done right, though. As you can see here, it's like tilted a little bit more that way. Not even close. That one is way off. Oh dear. I think, like, your biggest issues here on both of these is the background is also a lot blurrier than the car itself. First released in 1968, it was meant to serve as a tech showcase for new fuel injection technology at the time. Good, okay, fancy mechanical fuel injection. This is not meant to be a rally car so more as a get-anywhere harsh environment car. You see test on tarmac. Disclaimer, the new automation update combined with beamng 0.26 completely changed the car. Wait, you set up the driver cam? So I couldn't... Okay, new automation, like brand spanking new automation, the camera placement thing actually works. So you can use the little widget for that. It's in miscellaneous fixtures for whatever reason. You'll find it in there. It really probably should actually be like in interior parts, if I'm going to be honest. I want to get across to the dirt track, which is back that way. gear shifts take a while. They also didn't say anything about J-beam editing by the looks of it. So, yeah, I don't know. This vehicle just feels weird. Let's go down here. I know they said it wasn't meant to be a rally car, but it does have, like, a spare tire. Did something fall off? I don't know. And it has, like, full off-road tires. I think it's also a front-wheel drive. Yeah, it is. So I can rip on the handbrake, like, mid-corner whilst keeping the foot on the throttle. Phil, I'd just like to say thanks for reviewing. Yeah, you already said that, didn't you? You're welcome. Alright, that just causes lots of understeer. This thing feels weird. It feels so weird. I don't understand why it feels so weird. Like, bad? No. But you know what it does do? It makes me feel very uncomfortable. It gives me anxiety without handles. It feels very strange. What have you done? What is this weird vehicle? Wait. Do you have downforce applied to this vehicle? That's what it did. You've somehow got downforce applied. There's something strange. There's a weird thing. Is there a beam for this? Damn it. I wonder if downforce works with this. New way that automation does their thing. Debug. Aerodynamics. Combined. I don't think it actually does. I think the only actual... Yeah, the only thing that actually has drag is tires. I'm not a big fan of the way that automation has done their aero. I mean, it's functional now, so that works. But I can't see what is happening. Because this vehicle is handling like it's got 600 kilos of downforce. Window. Yeah, I can't tell. You've done something weird. Oops. This is not a... Damn it, I have to turn that off now. There is something weird. It's like it's got way too much downforce. Did they remove high-octane fuels for automation? No, they're still there. I don't know if, like, DevMeth 200 is there still, but... high-octane stuff is still there. I hope they removed DevMeth. I hated it from the moment it was there. Like, great, sure, whatever, but... They've also put in LPG, which I think is cool. Yeah, it's so weird. What have you done? I feel like you've cheated on something, or like something has glitched out. Because this thing is handling way too well, and is way too planted. And it pushes itself back down onto the road very instantly. Who submitted this car? Are they in the chat? The one and only rabbit. Oh, the one and only rabbit. Okay. Blah, 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 speed dip, blah, 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 disclaimer, blah, blah, blah. Something is here. Something is up here. Can't find ethanol or DevMeth? Cycle through your types of fuel, not your, fuel octane. Been a long time since I played automation. Wonder if they ever increased the cap on turbo size? I mean, turbos are pretty big already. The problem is they've nerfed all engines, kind of, in certain ways. They've made valve springs way too goddamn weak. Valve springs are now made of spaghetti. They are so weak. There is something weird with this car. I'm going to give it a simplified feel score because something is wrong. Something is very wrong here. Because I can't give it any weekend scores because something is wrong. It's giving me anxiety. I don't know what it is about this car. Something, I just feel like I'm missing something, and I should know what it is. Also, by the way, welcome Josh Riolo. Try checking the gravity settings in debug. No, it won't be gravity. I have a feeling this car has more gravity on it than it should. I don't think that's it. But let's see what happens if we turn gravity to nothing. Can I control that by... Yeah, I can. Okay. Let's slowly lift it off. There is no downward force. So there isn't. So they're not cheating. There's something wrong with it, though. There's something very wrong with this car. Check in vehicle config debug? Check what in vehicle config debug? Phil, how many kilowatts were you able to make your V8 Supercar? Like 430 for the race, I think? No, 420? I don't know. Let's go in and turn gravity back on. Options. UI apps is what I want, sorry. Wheel weight distribution. 300s each on the front. That's 600. Let's move over here quickly. Three, 6, 7, 8, 9. Less than a ton in weight. I know, it's just weird. Hey Phil, do a GTA car meets live stream. Maybe. I'll probably be more likely to do it in 5M though. I'm sorry, East Germany, because you've like been so off topic most of the time. I think what's happened is my brain has just started ignoring your messages because you're like almost never on topic. But that was fine. That was a request. I think it's got gravity config, if I recall correctly. Perhaps the car has different gravity set to it. I don't think that's it. This should also not be cornering this good on dirt tires. I'm pretty sure this thing has off-road tires. Yeah, look at that. There's something going on in the neighborhood. As it stands, like an 8.5 out of 10. There's something wrong here. And it feels too good, but also weird and slow. I don't understand. There's something strange going on. Did we get a bunch of steering options instead of power steering? What? Did we get a bunch of steering options? Oh, when did we get a bunch of steering? It really depends on the year that you've got the vehicle set to, but I do like the fact that there is more steering options. Almost no weight in the back instead of tires as you turn. I mean, it's not hugely different. That's like a normal amount of weight distribution for a front-wheel drive, light back-end sort of car. Oh, for older cars, that is. Ones that they've made really super light. And then too much front bias on the brakes. At least the forum says that you can do that. What? I think you can change the gravity. Set the whole car through the console. Maybe, I don't know. Anyway, cool vehicle. I don't fully understand it. Let's move on. Rock XR. You know what? I'm going to get a snack. I think I'm doing a little bit low on sugar at the moment. So, I'll be back in a bit. How late? Connor, you are 3 hours late. There was something that changed. I did it again, and I was able to get more power. I think my body was really craving carbs. I hadn't eaten as much as I normally do today. I don't eat junk food like potato chips or Milo. Yeah, it's some jalapenos. Love jalapenos, by the way. Mushroom, lettuce, and I think I just put some salad dressing in there. Milo is pretty amazing. I've just not had it in years. South Australia. You know what? Vegemite would have gone good on this. Das is good. How you doing, Pepper? You doing alright? You're a smelly girl. Alright, that was good. Oh, I feel a lot better now. You're having a sandwich, and I'm over here having a steak for breakfast with mashed potatoes and mac and cheese. Oh, that sounds good. I don't have mac and cheese very often. I have a lot of pasta, though. I probably eat too much pasta, to be honest. A lot of chicken pastas. Had beef pasta this weekend. Decided to mix it up and have beef again. Beef is just more expensive and more fattening, but I do have a shortage of B12, which is something I should keep an eye on. But on advice of my doctor, I eat a lot less meat now than what I used to. Lots of vegetarian stuff. I just eat a lot of food, generally. I just didn't eat a lot today. I feel a lot better now, though. So yeah, we got the Rock XR. That is... Here's somewhere. The Rock XR, 2020, $45,200. This is by Lazy Shifter. Hello, Lazy Shifter. Also, Stefan P on YouTube. I believe I've seen them. Tuna and sweet corn pasta. You know, I like tuna bakes. I've just not had one in a really long time. I might learn how to make it myself. Ah, leftovers. Yeah, no, good stuff. Bro, all I have is some mini rice crackers. Oh dear. I hate rice crackers. Do you know the average Italian eats 23.5 kilograms per year of meat? I think before I had my last blood test, I was probably eating a kilogram a week of meat. Cooking stream? My kitchen is a pigsty. I am not a clean person. Anyway, this is blah, blah, blah. Here's a full-size family SUV. Have fun. Here's the link. All right. Oh, 23.5 kilograms of pasta. Is that dry weight or wet weight? They're very different. They said nothing about this car, so we're just going to give it a few tests. We're going to take it on the one that is going to leak the least, which is I think we go this way. Nope, go that way, apparently. We're going to take it on this track. Then, we're going to take it to the dirt track again where we took the other car. I want to eat something, but I only have a bag of fries that's been open for a week. Oh, there's nothing wrong with junk food that's been left open for a week. Unless it's gone soggy. Then, yeah, then it's a no-go. And as long as it's like on the ground or anything like that. This is very smart. American family SUV, not sure it's large enough for that. It is pretty darn hefty, I will agree. Tuna bake? No, I mean beef pasta. I know, but you made me think of tuna bake. And God, do I love tuna bake. It's so good. I just have to... See, the problem is, and here's my biggest issue, is all my recipes that I know come in, like, portion sizes for, like, serving for 4 meals. But it's there, and immediately my brain goes, you want to eat more, you want to eat more, you want to eat more. So no matter how healthy or unhealthy my meal is, I will just eat way too much. And that just makes me a bit of a heffalump. But I don't mind. I am happy, and I enjoy good food. Think you need a cooking stream? I think I'd need to go to an industrial, or like a proper kitchen then, because my kitchen is not meant for filming. I could probably do it at my parents' place. My parents have a rather nice kitchen. Is Canadian SUV not American? I mean, it is actually turning in when I turn the car, so it doesn't really feel super American. There's a bit of inertia drift I can do as well. The brake bias is a little too far to the front, but I suppose what you don't want is a car that can turn particularly sharp, because as being, an SUV, it'll then be more prone to rolling over. So yeah, you do want to have your SUVs not have great traction. Oh dear. This thing is not great. Let's detach the front drive shaft and see how it drives now. Since you can usually detach it anyway on a lot of vehicles that come with four-wheel drive when you don't need four-wheel drive. I think this thing would do quite good with a race diff of some sort, I reckon. Does it turn left but not right? No, it turns left and right. Whoa! Nah, handbrake was a little too much for it just then. Alright, let's take it to the dirt now. I really don't see the appeal of SUVs. Like, I get that people like being taller, but I've driven tall cars. I mean, not very tall, but taller than most, which would be an old RAV4, Toyota RAV4, and it just... nothing about it felt good. It just felt very conspicuous. Maybe if I had kids, it'd be different. You know, actually, if I had kids, it probably would be different. Because, like, the bending down to reach into, like, a low-slung sort of modern sedan would be a bit of an issue. But once they get old enough to buckle themselves in, say goodbye to the SUV and get a real car. Alright, this thing does pretty well. Let's put on the front drive shaft and see how it does on the dirt. Are we out of 100 songs? Yes, we are. Next page. There we go. I know this song. I think it's used for Tuesday Newsday for a guy that does VR news, whatever his name is. Your mum has an X5? Tell her to get a real car. If you haven't driven a SEMA truck, you haven't driven a tall truck. I mean, there's that, obviously. But in Australia, a RAV4 is a pretty tall vehicle. Most people don't bother with all-wheel drives or SUVs or that sort of stuff. Now they're starting to change because there's no Australian car culture anymore. It's all foreign now. And a lot of that is American. So we're starting to see a lot more of it, which is unfortunate because our roads are not really meant for it. Besides, we should also have a lot more public transport than what we do. Blood! Supercars are crazy. Yeah, supercars are like the extremes of cars. Let's take this off now and instead put the rear diff lock on. My cousins have a Citroen SUV that is very shaky when you go past 90. Alright. You can drive a RAV4 under one of those. Yeah, I know. I know what you mean. What I mean is like a tall road vehicle. The sort of thing that you would drive as a daily. And I just saw really no appeal to being in a tall vehicle. But then again, it was also like incredibly slow. RAV4s, not fast vehicles. Now, by the way, I'm talking about like Gen 1 sort of RAV4 from the mid-90s. Like, they're very small vehicles, don't get me wrong. But they're also, like, dorkishly tall. Like, it's so weird. My mum drive a results SUV. What? The only one that I would consider driving is maybe the Porsche V8 one. Or a Lamborghini one, not a Ferrari one. The Ferrari one looks ugly as sin. Or the Volvo XC90 or whichever one was that came with a V8. Like, that would be about it. I'd also then remove the front differential and make the thing just rear-wheel drive. And then eventually I would just scrap the whole car and just take the engine and put it into something else. I drove one and was so scared of going under overpasses. Are you talking about the Supercars? What French car would I like to drive? Maybe a 205? I think I thought about buying a 205 a long time ago. There were never actually any for sale when I was looking for it though, so I never actually got one, though I was suggested it, so I considered it. Aside from that, none. Probably I wouldn't want to drive really, particularly anyone. Like, as I would like to drive pretty much every car out there, but there's not any sort of, like, French car that would stick out as one that I would like to daily, or, like, own, or, yeah. Maybe some of the, like, race cars, like the Peugeot LMH car. My dad has the XC40 hybrid, and honestly, it's a dream. Really? Okay. I bought a Prelude as my first car. Is that like the old Prelude, or is there like a new Prelude that's like some sort of it's an SUV now, kind of like what Ford's doing with rebooting every car in existence they've ever made as an SUV and make it electric or whatever. You don't want to drive a 2CV? No, not particularly. I mean, they're interesting in their story and whatnot, but I'm completely disinterested in them. I bought an S14 as a first car. Too bad I woke up that morning. I think the first car I bought was a 1977 Ford Falcon, probably an XE, even though I was told it was an XP, with the rally pack, so it had like the hood scoops and everything. This thing is atrocious. Then there was the Sea Lady that I owned. I'd love for myself a first or second gen Nissan Premier. Alright. Is a Primera an interesting car? I don't know. You want to drive a Volkswagen Beetle? I've been in a Volkswagen Beetle. They're incredibly gutless and slow. I've also been in a more modern one, and they are gutless and uninspiring in every way. I mean, I'd still probably own one personally, because I just like the look of them and I think they're funky. But yeah. My first car was 2011 Chevy Silverado. Second was the Focus. I hated it. Went back to the Silverado. You preferred a Silverado over a Ford Focus? Oh, and you know what? Driver's cars are not for everybody. Some people just like the intimidating nature that those sorts of bigger vehicles impose on other people. So I can kinda forgive that one. Otherwise, I think you're trolling and you're probably making stuff up. Third gen, last one had pop-ups. Oh, okay. Thinking about my first car that I would love to have a Miata? I don't know what a Miata is. Is that like Batman's mum compared to Superman's mum? Why'd you say Miata? Why'd you say that name? Anyway, moving on to the score of this thing. So, first, styling. 2, acceleration. 5, handling. 1. I mean, you can get it to drift. It won't handle well, but you can get it to drift if you turn the diff lock on and the front axle off. Fun factor, 0. Cool factor, I mean, it's a big SUV. There's nothing cool about it, so it's 0. Trackability, no. But it is a daily sort of vehicle. So now we get more into it. What year is this car? 2020? 0. Features for this 2020 car. What was the price of it? $42,500. This thing is not going to have many features. I know, by the way, that it was meant to be a Miata. I just wanted to make a joke on it, guys. Gel. We have a head unit and an analog dash. So, not really looking like it has much. It probably has, like, cruise control, so we'll at least give it a 3. Comfort in this thing, it looked fairly soft and whatnot. So we'll give it, like, probably a 7. It wasn't a particularly quiet engine, because I do have audio turned down, by the way. I forgot about that. I had it turned down for the V8 Supercar. Forgot to put it back up again. You know what? That is actually a lot louder than what I thought it was. Does this thing even have mufflers? No back mufflers, front mufflers, and cats. Oh no, there is back mufflers, but they're like... These are straight through mufflers, I believe. Yeah. That sort of exhaust manifold. Oh, you know what? It's also got leaf springs in the rear. So let's put that down to like a 5. It's very loud, and the back end is leaf springs. Which is not very good if you ever try to go over like speed humps or anything. Which is a like soccer mum sort of car, you will be going over a lot of those. The design is look 200 PS, not 2020. I don't really understand what it is you were trying to say there. My first car was a Falcon Ute with an old dirty bull bar because I lived in the outback. Nice! Quality of this vehicle. It's American and not very expensive, so the quality is going to be probably pretty mid. It'll probably feel okay. The engine will be fine, most likely. It'll probably be like a very long mass production run engine. Practicality? I mean, getting it around is going to be a problem. Parking spaces are going to be a nightmare. Practicality for other people, I'm going to have to take that into consideration here. But the fact that you can fit 2, 4, 6, 8 people in here, we'll give it like a 5 out of 10. Value of this thing, it's not a lot of money and you're getting a lot of vehicles, so we'll go like an 8 on that one. The ongoing cost of this, it's probably going to be atrocious on fuel. Probably going to go through tires like no tomorrow. And it's also resale is going to be atrocious, so maybe I should down that to a 7, and this will be like a 5. JB Menity, I don't believe there wasn't any. Would I buy this? No. Je ne sais quoi? No. Realism and commonality? 7. It's pretty good, except the rear suspension, I don't know if it's entirely accurate, and those exhaust manifolds are not accurate. Why did my message about Sylvia get removed? I don't know, bro. I don't think I have any moderators in chat. Maybe it got picked up by a filter. The Focus was Focus SE. Quite slow. Oh, sorry. Quite slow, quite boring. Just I kinda didn't like it. Alright? Philman, what was your first car? The first car I learnt to drive in was a KB25. Like... Alright. This, except with an aluminium tray on the back. That's what I learnt in. The first one that I drove on the road is like a daily driver, because we lived in a farm area. was a 244. Like this, except in silver. Then the first car I bought for myself was a 77 Falcon. Like this, with the hood scoops and everything. A little bit like had like black paint down the lower trim sort of line area. So basically I had one of those. I never got it on the road though. It was never road ready. This thing was more rust than car. Then the first car I bought for myself to put on the road was a 740 16 valve. This is my first road car that I bought for myself. Basically this. And God, did I love this car. It was automatic, so it was like killing my inner soul. But this was basically the first car I bought for myself. It was just so nice. It had cruise control from, I think, like 1989 or something. You know what? Yeah, I also owned a Sil 80 there at one point. Anyway, 44. That is the lowest score I've ever given to any car. Well done. Moving on to the next one. Hesketh? You mean like the race team? The F1 race team? My first was a 1989 Toyota Mark II, still owning it. Swapped it for a stock 1S? 3G... what? Really unclear what it is you're trying to say. An RS200 is one of my dream cars, though. Like the Ford RS200. Or is it the RS2000? No, I think it's the RS200. This thing is slow. Goodness gracious. Oh dear. It's also very prone to oversteer. This thing is very slow. Wait, does it have a CVT? Oh, we got ESC on. Let's turn that off. No, it's just got like weird gearing. But then again, we're also on like a very short track, so it's not going to have much chance to be shifting through the gears. You know, it turns pretty darn well. I feel that it has maybe a smidge too much I'm sorry, not downforce. A smidge too much oversteer. But it does feel fun, kinda. A little oversteery. But as like a track car, you can really chuck this thing around. My dream car is the Dodge Stealth. Specifically, not the Mitsubishi 3000, the 1969 Pontiac GTO Judge. I don't know what that is. We didn't get American cars here in Australia. We got a few Chryslers. That was probably about it. In the 50s we got them, but then that's when we diverged. I hear someone call Australian British Texas. Maybe. But then again, you could say a lot about that about a lot of British places. A lot of England is filled with Darrows and Bogans and all that sort of stuff. We do have a lot of, like, overwhelmingly controlling government sort of laws and everything. So I wouldn't really compare us to Texas, per se. Sure, there's a lot of rednecks, but it depends where you go. If you're in Queensland, hell yes, rednecks ahoy everywhere. Here in South Australia, a lot less. There's still bogans, sure, but they exist a lot less. South Australia would probably be more akin to call it more like a ghetto for a lot of the place, because there's just a lot of like shitty gang sort of stuff. Nothing really too organized, but like there's violence. No guns or anything though. I mean, there is guns. Less guns. Favorite gearbox? I mean, manual, because I've never driven a DCT, but I think I would love a good paddle shifting car. As long as it was reliable. As reliable as a manual, basically. So I don't know if that's entirely possible, but... I mean, I wouldn't say no to be able to switch my manually shifting paddle shift car to a, to an automatic. So if I want to, like, drink something whilst driving, or hold something whilst driving, like food and eat, I can do that on long journeys. But yeah, I don't have anything against them. Also, I would want it to be the sort that doesn't have like a massive delay between pressing the shifter and the shift actually happening. Kind of like, you know, Car Trek with Tyler Hoover, where he did, he had his Mercedes, and they were talking about how slow at shifting it was, and he was going, no, that's the fastest shift in the world, sort of thing. Like, I don't know if it's the fastest, but he was misunderstanding. The thing shifts fast, yes, but it's the delay between pressing the shifter and the shift actually happening that is the massive delay. That I wouldn't particularly like. Somebody has tried to add me on Steam in the middle of a stream. We all know what happens to them. Block. I usually just ignore, but if you do it in the middle of a stream, that's a block, bro. My favorite transmission is auto clutch manual. You mean like the Saab? Or are you talking about the automation? Because in automation, yeah, the auto manual is my favorite. How about paddle bit? What are we talking about? Texas is the same way not all of us are rednecks. Yeah. What is your opinion on LPG and C... I don't know what CNG is, but LPG here in Australia, pretty darn good to have. Sure, you do lose power, but it really depends on what sort of vehicle you get. There was a Ford Falcon that basically had the same amount of power with LPG as you did with petrol. So you're basically only using a slight bit more fuel, but paying half the amount for your fuel. It was crazy. This car is from New Zealand. It's on the wrong side drive for that. It's a left-hand drive. I haven't driven any car with good automated manual transmissions. Yeah, I don't know. I wish someone made a Mount Pano with PBR textures. I mean, there is the Mount Panorama, but no PBRs on it, I don't believe. I must say, this car, quite nice. Let's take it to the full track, though. Ugh. Hey, Pepper, what's up with you? Trying to get my attention? Oh, nope, now you get my attention. How you doing? Not right now, Pepper. In the middle of a stream. Getting towards the end of it, though. Opinions on auto clutch manuals. You mean like the Saab? It doesn't look like it's good. Or are you talking about, like, the Aston Martin, like, garbage ones? Those... reliability for me is actually quite important. Because I'm not a rich person, that would be a massive deal breaker if it was the sort that needs to be serviced very regularly. And it was like a $5,000 clutch replacement. What have you missed? Most of it. Cassette, if you've only just made it. Welcome, Pro Gamer, to the stream. God, this car is slow. It's actually fun in the corners, I will give it that. But it's so slow. We've only just reached 100. And we didn't even start from 0 just then. Turn in is quite nice. A little too oversteery, but that's the suspension geometry, really. Woo! Yeah! Nah, alright. Let's go ahead and give this thing a fill score. Starting off with styling. It's a bit too flat. I talked about that earlier, so you can go back and have a look at that. We're going to go like a 6 on that one. It's not ugly, so we'll put it on the good side of that. Acceleration for this, it's really goddamn slow. Just woke up, it's 11:20 a.m. Not bad. Econo box? Yeah, it is an Econo box. I wonder if there has ever been a car with wet clutch system. I don't know. This car is from Why do you keep making things up, East Germany? Handling for this car. You know what? It's pretty darn good. It's not the best. It's a bit scary with the oversteer. So we're going to go an 8 out of 10. But it's fun factor. You know what? No, it is too slow. Let's put that back down to an 8. Cool factor? I mean, it's a small hatchback. Yeah. You know what? It's actually like baseline, sort of like cheap gutless engine version. So we'll go a 5 out of 10. Trackability for this, we're also going to give that a fairly low one. It does handle quite nicely, and you probably could track it. But the problem is anytime you try to get any sort of speed or acceleration, this thing just ain't it, bro. 150? Yeah, 150 for me. Hey, what do you think would be stronger, an archer or a sniper? You mean, like, arm strength-wise? I mean, modern soldiers focus more on strength than old people, than older times. But archers have to be very strong. So I don't know. There's been cars with wet clutch systems, most noticeably the Hyundai right now. Oh, okay. Features of this car. This is like the low end, right? Is it here? Hesketh, yeah. Duratec. 5-speed. McPherson strut torsion beam. $14,500. That is a very low price. So if this is the spec, lowest spec, the thing is, probably doesn't even come with air conditioning. Though that's an American price. It probably would come with air conditioning. So let's go like a 2 on that, because it probably also has a radio. Oh. I think they've deliberately left. Oh, no. There is a bit of a radio thing here. Okay, so it does have something. Not great. We're going to go with 2 on that one. Comfort. It's very small. So it's not going to be the most comfortable vehicle. And small vehicles just aren't generally comfortable. Done a fairly good job with the seats as well. You can see that they've left the gap there a little bit for the wheel. But still, they've managed to make it fit pretty well. Very much approved. Door skins would have made this look a little bit more convincing, to be honest. But I do like it. I wish I had these seats, though. Also, they're very blocky. Did you try to do some Blender editing? Yeah, I don't see anything moving in here. So comfort's not going to be great. It's also not going to be bad. I also know what these seats are like. They're not the most comfortable seats. At least they'll be quiet and a fairly smooth ride. So let's go, like, a 5 on that one. It's not uncomfortable. You can drive for long distances, but it's not a car that you would call comfortable. So I think right in the middle is fine. Quality. It's based on Ford, made by Hesketh, which is a race team. So I don't know about that. It's going to feel cheap, but it's not going to be completely unreliable because it's Ford. Ford does okay, especially on their more econo versions. They don't make the repairs super expensive. So let's go like a 5 on that one. Practicality of this car, however, I mean, you could sit 5 people in here. You do struggle to fit adults in here if they're anything taller than me, generally. Oh, for this, what you can do is you can get the patchwork stuff that, like, goes into the bodywork, and you can put, like, a line across here, and then it'll, like, fill up that seam for you. It's a little bit hard to explain. Yeah. Bill, have you ever heard of Stormworks? Yes, but I don't think that game is for me. Practicality. Good for parking. It will sit 5 in a pinch, as long as they're not, like, big people. Let's go 7 on that one. Value. Very good value, because it's very cheap and not a terrible car. But it's also... You know what, actually, hatchbacks in Australia, because that's the only real litmus test that I know, generally do hold their value a lot more than other cars, because they're just cheap. And cheap people want cheap cars, generally buy things used. So, usually hatchbacks maintain their value quite a lot. So let's go like a 6 on that one. You get a decent car. Ongoing costs are going to be very good. It's very economical engine. Parts are relatively cheap. Let's go like... I mean, it's not a hypermiler, but a hypermiler would also be problematic. Let's go a 10 on that one. If there's any other car... If there's any car that should be a 10, it's an Econo hatchback. I can't really think of any cars that would be cheaper to maintain, except for maybe like a Suzuki. But then, like, they do tend to be a little less reliable. I've seen no manual cars for... have a wet... What? Do I like German food? I'm half German. Well, heritage German. Yes, I like German food. J-Beam editing. Was none. Would I buy this? Yeah, I would consider it. Because it'd also be cheap. I'd be more inclined to buy a sporty version, like my ST150. God, I love that car. Je ne sais quoi factor. Love a Renault 5 Turbo? The OG one? Hell yes. I don't know what a Turbo 2 is, though. Je ne sais quoi. I feel a lot of it is already represented. And your styling, like, you've done an okay job to start with, but it's not a finalized design look. So we're gonna go like a 5 out of 10. Most of it's represented. And then realism and commonality, as you said, is quite realistic. You haven't finished the interior completely, but I can't really poo-poo that. A little too oversteery for realism, so we're gonna go like an 8 out of 10 on that one, for a full fill score of 90. I love this car. Das gibt es Dutch... What? I don't know what that means. Also, welcome, Fries Guy. Please keep it to English. Next car is... the final one. The VMA Salve S-Spec. It's not this one, is it? No. Oh, here it is. Okay. Re-upload. Why did they make a front-wheel drive? It's meant to be American. It almost feels sacrilege to make it a front-wheel drive. Like, sometimes they'll experiment with it, but people just... Like, if they want a sports car, they're gonna be more like a big sports car, especially like an American sort of vehicle. People are really going to want to prefer to have, a... whatchamacallit. My brain isn't working. Thing. I don't know. Whatever. A rear-wheel drive. Turbo 2 is a little cheaper, more common, had... of a little... Oh, it actually also came with a mid-engine. Had cheaper interior? Oh, okay. I guess that they were speaking German. But please keep it to English. What is it like? Around the World War sort of time, a lot of immigration happened from the Germany region to South Australia and Argentina, I think it was. V8 rear-wheel drive, live rear axle with automatic gearbox is a true American way. Yeah, pretty much. Though LSDs and whatnot have become more popular recently, thank God. Americans love Type Rs, so? I mean, yes, but that's a Japanese car. And if they loved it, the Type R would sell a lot better over in America. What I think you mean is a lot of Americans that are into tuners like Type Rs. Otherwise, people wouldn't be buying SUVs all the time. This feels good. It's a little tendency to oversteer too much for a road car, which is weird because it's rear-wheel drive. What is the rear suspension here? Is that double wishbone? Yeah, that's double wishbone. How much longer do we think the stream is going to be? I don't know, maybe a half an hour at most. Then I'm probably going to go eat something. So I'm still feeling rather flat. And then in probably an hour or two, I'll go to sleep. Probably a bad idea to eat so close to wanting to go to sleep, but yeah. This one's hard to describe because it feels slow. And then, yeah, it does get lift-off oversteer, which is weird. Prussia Anthem is banger? I don't know it. No Type R's are some of the best-selling non-muscle cars in the US. Okay. You mean non-SUV? Because SUV is the best. Then after the SUV would probably be like SUVs again. Then after SUVs would probably be SUVs. By SUV, I also include trucks, quote unquote, in that. It's amazing how American trucks are so big, but they only like rated for a quarter ton. It's like, what the hell? How did you manage that? Also, front-wheel drive cars are standard usually. Even some crossover default to front-wheel drive unless... Yeah, that's different though. If you told them that the SUV was only front-wheel drive though, they would probably be less inclined to buy it, I feel. Because it then, like, it takes away from the legitimacy of the car, kind of. It almost feels as if it's not, quote-unquote, a real car. Will there be checking out cars online? What? The F-150 is the highest selling, followed by a few crossovers. Yeah, something like that. It's amazing how much the F-150 sells. Or at least used to. I don't know how it does now, but... I remember watching that Top Gear article with Jeremy Clarkson when he was talking about the F-150. That's insane. Now, not in the US. People here will only use it for front-wheel drive. They forget it's even capable. Yeah, I know. Like, they want the four-wheel drive and the rear-wheel drive and all that sort of stuff. But they'll switch it to the fuel economy version most of the time anyway. And then just kind of forget about it. Because you just don't need the other stuff. It is completely superfluous. Just get yourself a sedan or hatchback. They cannot rate them for more load because they would require truck-specific driving license. At least that's the case in the EU. But they can only carry a quarter ton. That is... like, you've bought a bunch of furniture. That's it. That's 3 Americans. Like, it's... actually more like 2 of me and a little bit is like that weight limitation. Like, what the hell? Because I'm half Canadian as well. I've been to Canada and I've looked at them and they have such atrocious specs. They're like trash spec. I don't know how they sell so well. It must just be an image thing. Oh, look at me, I've got my big F-150. Like, what the hell? The main issue is regulations and also people don't want to tow stuff. I think here in Australia, it's not on load capacity. It's in the gross vehicle mass, which I believe is meant to include how much it's rated to carry. Combined is meant to be less than 400... No, sorry, 4.5 tons. There's a mosquito in this room and it's really bugging the hell out of me. Pun not intended, though. But if you can carry, specifically carry, this time, more than 650 kilos, I think it is, or 640 kilos or something like that, you then have to get a different type of insurance for it, which is basically tags in America or insurance. Because it's basically just government registration fees and insurance in one. You have to go to like a higher class for that. Whether you're using it for business stuff or not, you just have to pay more for it. It's a bit shit, but okay. Outside of the US, people use trucks for actual truck things, while in the US, it's a status symbol. Yeah, pretty much. That's what I assumed. They easily handle more load. The case in that their maximum load, 4 passenger without... What? Anyway. I think I've given this thing a fill score already a few times, so I'm not going to give it a full fill score. I'm just going to give it a simplified one. The handling feels okay, feels kind of sporty. There's nothing particularly wrong to complain about. It just feels a little soulless. Kind of like a big family front-wheel drive car would. Like, you can get a good... That mosquito. If it comes close to me, I'm gonna get it. Yeah, if you make a hatchback with a front-wheel drive, they feel fine. But the bigger the car, the more dull, no matter what, it's going to feel. And that has to do with the length of the vehicle and its ability to rotate, which is why you've had to make it handle in a way in which it induces oversteer, as opposed to just having a natural... what is it? Moment of inertia, that's what it is. The lower the moment of inertia, the easier it'll rotate. 2 ways of doing that. Have the weight only in the middle of the vehicle, or have a short vehicle. As short as in, like, not a very long wheelbase. The rule for supercars is total downforce. What are we talking about? 250 divided by 2 minimum kilowatts. Yes, that is correct. That is total downforce front and rear, but for the downforce, it has to be the kilowatts. You don't add on the other one, which is like, I think it's rolling resistance or something like that. I feel embarrassed. I have a GMC Cyclone because its load is abysmal, but it's fast for a truck. Is that like the old one that was like made in, I think, like the late 80s, early 90s, sort of around there somewhere? That was like turboed and like faster than a Ferrari that was just a little bit older or something like that? Yeah, rolling resistance. Does not include rolling resistance. Cyclone is meant to be that way. Cyclones are neat. I mean, they sounded good, sure. Here in Australia, you can get the like XR8 utes, the FPV utes, the HSV utes that are like incredibly powerful, but can still only carry 650 kilos. But they're not like tall vehicles, so you're not rude to other drivers. Because literally, if you have an SUV, you're rude. For like, in Australia and Europe, that is. You're a sort of self-indulgent kind of person that goes, I want, and not, what's a good? Cyclone was the fastest launching car in the world when they launched. Except they... I mean, maybe the fastest launching? I don't know. But they weren't the fastest accelerating to 100 or a quarter mile. It's just, if you went back a generation or two of Ferrari, they were faster than that, which shocked a lot of people. But, like, not the modern Ferraris or whatever of the day. Like, it wasn't faster than an F40 or whatever. Pretty darn fast, though. The only truck I will drive is the Cyclone. Maybe, yeah. What's, the Cyclone was the turbo one. What was the other one? Typhoon, was it? I can't remember. That one was also quite crazy. I could be wrong about the, Cyclone, though. The leader of the Cyclone project was a professional drag racer. Okay, cool. I need the max cooling to meet the minimum. Yes. What you can also do is get rid of the race diffuser which you've got on and put on a sports under tray instead, or whatever it is. Or a sports diffuser. Just like go down one and then you will get a lot more drag for your downforce, which will make it more even. because V8 supercars didn't actually have a flat under tray. I think this car, it's actually not bad to drive. I will say, it's kind of lively and fun. It's just not, like its trackability would be good, but its fun would be like a 7 or an 8, because it's just, you sometimes get that like disappointment of understeer. Sometimes, which is the sort of thing you wouldn't necessarily get in a well-balanced rear-wheel drive car. So it's good as a car, but I feel like it's more European than American, if I'm going to be honest. It also sounds good. I do like the sound of it, though it is quite loud for a road car. Do you think more cooling is worth it? Maybe. I checked it. The Cyclone had a 4.3, 0 to 100. The F40 had 4.2, 0 to 100. Yeah, so it's pretty darn fast. And there was, I think, a few other cars as well that also beat it off the line. But it was exceptionally fast for its price. Music is too low? For me, it's comparable for the sound of the car. Oh, well, music is not meant to be really particularly audible. Music is meant to be just a background thing to not have, like, complete dead silence sometimes. I'm not a muso. If I was a muso, I would probably make playlists for my streams. But I'm not, so I just, yeah, it's only there for background stuff, and you're not meant to be distracted by it. Just don't want to add too much brake cooling, otherwise the brake pads won't be... Yeah, there's also that. Have to be careful about that. Alright, I think that's the end of the stream. You guys want to do some, like, tell me what you want me to Google search? Because we could do that now. I like the car. Overall, 8.5 out of 10. It was fun. It's just... maybe an 8 out of 10. It's good, but there's just, I mean, it's just missing a bit of soul. Turn on Big Step? I don't know what that is. Play Roblox? No. Also, apparently somebody took my Roblox name. Oh, sorry, took my name in Roblox. So I can't play it. The 1990 Honda Prelude 4-wheel steer. I don't think I was actually ever a big fan of the Honda Prelude because it just looked very dull. Yeah. It just looks... I mean, it looks okay. But it's just a bit mundane. New Dodge Challenger. Let's have a look. This? Or... it looks the same as what it has for the past... Well, how long have they been making this now? 20 years? Troll Sport Cup. Let's have a look. Coupe, sorry. I thought this was actually going to be a joke. I feel like I'm being trolled. Completely uninspired. SRT Daytona concept. No. It needs more Coke bottle on the rear. That just it doesn't... Nah, that's no good. TGE 2023. What's that? Oops. I think you've done the wrong thing. Chrysler Turbine car? I thought that was a pretty cool car. Holden Corsa. Let's have a quick look at that. Oh yeah, these things. I mean, I thought they were okay. I'm not much of a Holden fan. What's the video of the sound? What? SRT Daytona concept. Alright, let's look on YouTube for its sound. Hopefully this doesn't get copyright right at the end.
Changing. Everyone is doing a Dodge on end, but make it drive. A car will.
Great, well done. Here we go. Exhaust sound. Is it electric? Is that a flat plane? That's digital. So it's running off of speakers, not actually exhaust. Okay. Yeah, they all used to be under the Vauxhall and Holden, all under GM. What's your opinion on the Skoda brand? Know nothing really about it. They didn't really come to Australia. It sounded like a fake flat plane engine. Electric Polish Fiat 126P, what? Let's have a look. Oh, that looks good. I'd rock that. Skoda is in Australia? Yeah, but slightly. Vauxhall was bought by GM and they are producing rebadged Opels since. Okay. Didn't they sell Vauxhall? Yeah, I'm pretty sure they sold Vauxhall off. I like this car. I want this car. That's pretty cool. Legit, if this car was cheap enough and I could afford it, I would totally buy this. That's pretty freaking cool. Do I watch F1? No, not really. Not anymore. 126s are Chad cars, if you say so. Don't really know what that means. Could you search the 1986 Chevrolet CD10? Alright. Completely uninterested. What are the best low-budget cars in your opinion? Fords and Suzukis. Tom Hanks's favorite car was the 126. Okay, interesting. I like a lot of Suzukis. Let's have a look at Suzuki at the moment. What cars do they have? Cars. I bet you they're all SUVs now. So, unfortunately, recently, Suzuki has gone into like an ugly phase. So like their Swift has now become like an uglier car. What is their Yeah, see how they're having to do like these weird camera angle things because the car just doesn't look good? Yeah, unfortunately I don't think Suzuki's it anymore, unfortunately. Damn it. I'm saying unfortunately a lot. The Jimny, still a really cool looking car. That looks like a cool car. And like a fluorescent color, that is. God, I don't like SUVs, but that I would have. I've always liked a lot of Suzukis, to be honest. Not all, but a lot of them. Have good bikes and that's it? Okay, that's your opinion. I love the Cappuccino. The Cappuccino is one of my favorite cars of all times. The Suzuki Carrera is just the AZ1. I don't know what a Suzuki Carrera is. Is it just a rally car of the Swift? Wow, that's... yeah. As in, not budget cars, simply old enough to be cheap. Oh! Okay, It really depends where you are. You know that MGFs are still really cheap. What else? Unfortunately, with the advent of social media, it's really hard for cars to go unnoticed these days, which means that their prices of like anything that was ever good is now a lot higher, especially with this like investment mentality in cars. I like it. I think it's a cool looking car. I don't know what they like to drive, but I think they look good for their day. Jimny has a K variant. Export versions are bigger. Yeah. I'm talking about how it's rebate AutoZam easy. What? Rebadged. Okay, if you say so. A lot of Mazdas are really good, and a lot of them are really underappreciated. So you could probably get a good Mazda. Those handle quite nicely. Fords generally care a lot about how their cars handle. As long as they're not American, that is. So any, like, European Ford is going to be really good. Australian Fords handle pretty good as well. Same with Holden. Page unresponsive. Weird. Did my internet crap out? What's happening? OBS is still going. Let's close that off. All right. Is my internet working at all? I think my internet stopped working, so let's go to Edge. Let's just get rid of you. There we go. Back to where we were. Sometimes that happens. I think it's been a good 2 years since I've had that issue. Where a page has crashed and then things just won't load anymore. Anything else, you guys? Early 2000s Mercedes. Okay. Mercedes in Australia are not cheap. So I can't really talk about Mercedes here in Australia. They are definitely not cheap. They hold their value way too much. Is that it? Is everyone done? They've all shown me the cars they want me to see? Phil, did you know Polish Fiat 125 especially was converted to electric back in the day? Oh, cool. You use Edge browser? Sure. I mean, I use it sometimes. If I want to get away from Google, that is, for whatever reason. What's my graphics card? Give me a second. RX 6900 XT. Yeah, don't get Radeon. They're just, I mean, they're very powerful. It is a very good card. Thing is goddamn amazing for power. It's just not polished in its drivers and all that sort of stuff. You can search for Subaru. Oh yeah, Subarus are very cheap in Australia. You can probably find a decent Subaru. Yes, I like the 126. Are Euro Fords reliable? Fairly. Corvette, I think this will be the last car. I think we're done. The year is a little bit wrong, though. You set the year to 19,070. I'm going to take a guess and guess that that wasn't meant to be there. That looks pretty good. Is that one of the mid-engine concept cars that they kept on trying to produce at the time? I think the back end comes a little too low. If it had stayed up a little bit more, it would have been a lot cooler looking. May have looked a little bit like a wagon, unfortunately. I mean, I like it. But yeah, I think that's it. What do I think of the GTR concept? I thought the car just looked a bit weird. I mean, at the time, I thought it looked fantastic. But now, looking back, it doesn't age that great. See you later, Pro Gamer. I'm going to also head out. Thank you, everyone that came by. That is especially I'm in Shadows for the $50. Actually, that's 50 America dues. That's 77.71 Australian dollar dues. What is the conversion rate right now? Stuck at... Is that right? Oh, if anybody sees this person, they're a trash person. They're a politician. They're absolutely garbage. 64... Oh my god. Our dollar has plummeted. That is atrocious. Oh my god. Our dollar is whipped. That is... Oof. That's some harsh bud. But yeah. Let's go now to the outro screen. Thank you, everyone, for being here. That didn't work, did it? God damn it. This Stream Deck sucks. Let's try that. No. Yep, no. I have to move my mouse all the way to the left side of the screen to click on my ending screen. Ugh.
Stop it.
No, that's the wrong one.
Get some
Hold on,
help.
give me a second. There we go. That's the one we want. Oh, time to move this out as well, because we're now on a much bigger screen. I changed things up a little bit. Move you over here. Move these names up here. There we go. I think I need to move this over here so I can see it better. There. Thank you specifically to Ruben and DeHellerman for being full channel members. Everyone else, thank you for being that. You're very much appreciated. Right there. That's pretty good. You know what? Let's light that up over here. I like that. But yeah, for now, I'm done. Bye.